Testing 1 2 3 testing. 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 Hello, everyone. Welcome to this edition of Let's Talk Jackson. My name is Stacy Lake, and I'm an attorney. I am also a, person who ran for the office of Jackson County Executive in 2022. As an attorney, I specialize currently in civil litigation, but also in commercial litigation. And this is my podcast where I like to talk specifically about Jackson County related issues. This topic for today is going to be a very in-depth conversation about the ARPA situation in Jackson County. Now, for those who are unaware, there's a program called ARPA, which is an acronym for the American Rescue Plans Act. So in March of 2021, the Jackson County government got around $132 million. And so when the new Jackson County legislature got instated in January of 2023, there was around $70.4 million of ARPA fund money left. Now, with ARPA funds, the way that the ARPA funds, or this act was written, made it the terms of the agreement made it very broad, so that these funds could essentially be applied to anything that's in relation to COVID relief. So, for instance, the Jackson County government could have given some of these funds to nonprofit organizations, or they could have invested this into strictly infrastructure programs. A lot of municipalities actually invested all of the money to infrastructure programs. For instance, the government in Buchanan County invested the majority of their ARPA fund money into reconstructing their entire county courthouse. But it really is all under the purview of the county executive and the county legislature. They have to essentially come to an agreement as to how they're going to allocate these funds. Now, this is going to be a very long discussion because I have gone through 2 years of Jackson County meetings and cut around 2 hours and 30 minutes of footage that I think would give a very clear explanation as to everything that has happened, the whole saga of the American Rescue Plan Act. Now, I know a lot of the viewers here don't have time for that, but I'm putting this all up as one huge take to make sure that there is a clear record as to, in my opinion, as to what transpired between the years of 2023 and 2024 with the ARPA fund money, what led to the confusion, what urge the viewers who do not want to watch the entire program to start at October 14th, 2024, because that's when we see everything unraveling per se. Now, for the quick and easy summary as to ultimately what happened, an overview. Who was wrong? Who was right? Who are the villains and who are the heroes? And this is kind of like with the 2023 property tax crisis. There are no heroes in this entire situation. Everyone was at fault, but there are people that were more at fault than others. When we turn to our current county executive, Frank White is at fault. And why is he at fault? He's at fault because there was a failure in leadership here. You'll see mostly in 2024, and this is in my opinion, and before I start this, I want to put in a huge disclaimer that everything I say here is allegations. These are not legal opinions. These are just my own opinions based upon the footage that I'm reading, and nothing that I say here today should be taken as absolute fact, okay? Now, when it comes to the county executive, I honestly believe, and this is my opinion alone, is that if there was more collaboration with all of the Jackson County legislators in 2024, then this process, this whole chaos, this whole confusion could have been wholly avoided. But there was not. Now, when it comes to the legislature, though, what you have to realize is that there's two factions in the Jackson County legislature right now. There's one faction that supports the Jackson County executive, which is Jeannie Lahr, who's our current chair of the Jackson County legislature, Jalen Anderson, who is the budget chair of the Jackson County legislature. There is Megan Marshall, who is the vice chair of the Jackson County legislature, and there's Charlie Franklin, who's a Jackson County legislator. I said legislature, sorry, legislator, and also who's the only attorney that's currently on the Jackson County legislature. Okay, that's one faction. The other faction consists of 5 legislators who are Manny Abarca, Deron McGee, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, and Sean Smith, okay? And these two factions have been butting heads because in order for anything to pass in the Jackson County legislature, there has to be a consensus by both the county executive and by the legislature. And when I say anything, what I mean is anything pertaining to these ARPA funds, because the ARPA funds have to have the county executive's permission in order to allocate these funds. And essentially what happened is that this the faction of 5 that was led by Manny Abarca and Deron McGee, they essentially try to pass their own initiative, which is illegal and improper under not only the ARPA rules, but also the rules of the Missouri statute rules and the Jackson County codes, and we'll get into this later on. While the other 4 legislators were trying to work with the county executive in order to pass, what they wanted to do with the money, but the problem is they're only 4, and to pass anything in the legislature, you need 5 votes, and due to this, everything just collapsed. So we have to start at the beginning in order to understand the saga, which I'm just letting you know that this is long and there's a lot of moving parts to this. But after viewing all this footage, I can say that this whole ARPA situation, the chaos, the backstabbing and everything, and we'll get into it, could have completely been avoided. And there were some bad actors in this whole situation, which we'll get into it. But we first have to start with the Jackson County Legislature meeting on January 30th, 2023. Now, if you look to the left side of the screen, I have a timeline which I'm going to be moving up and down throughout this entire presentation. And the first entry on the timeline is January 9th, 2023. And I start there because that is when the Jackson County government had an election, and they elected Deron McGee as chair of the legislature. And when I say election, I mean they're having an election amongst their peers to pick who is going to be the chair of the legislature. And they picked Deron McGee as chair. And then Deron McGee assigned Manny Abarca as budget chair in 2023, which is critical because as budget chair, Manny Abarca had basically had the duties to not only establish the Jackson County budget, but also he was supposed to be working with the county executive to try to figure out the whole entire ARPA situation, okay? Now, it starts, when we start talking about the ARPA funds on January 30th, 2023, this is because this is the first substantial footage that we have with this new legislature that was elected in 2022 and then put into office in 2023, where they first had a discussion on this issue. And so this is the first clip I'm going to play.
Okay, there's a motion to perfect ordinance 5701 as amendment. Is there any?
This is hot off the press.
What did we just vote on?
To adopt his,
To accept the
to
amendment.
accept his amendment.
Oh,
I don't know that I've received the amendment.
so,
The one we received on Friday.
no.
Okay, so I'm going to stop this clip right here, but I'm going to play the rest just to give you guys more context on this clip. So on January 30th, 2023, Manny Abarca, as budget chair, presented an amended budget to the budget that was agreed upon by the prior legislature. So one thing we have to realize here is usually the budget for the county for the prior year. So we're in 2023. So we're talking about the budget for the 2023 year. Usually that budget is passed in 2022. But for some reason it was not passed then. And so it had to be passed by the new legislature. And so Manny presents an amended budget, and this is completely, it was spontaneous. A lot of the other legislators did not know about this. And so the previous legislature proposed allocations of the ARPA funds, and this is with the county executive's permission. He basically stated, I agree with these allocations of the ARPA funds. Manny Abarca made an amendment to eliminate the proposals and in turn proposed his own suggested agencies to receive this ARPA fund money. And we're going to see, and I'm going to continue with this discussion right now.
This one that just printed off that you're handing out now?
Correct.
So you just.
How can you perfect an amendment we don't
that
even
we
have?
haven't seen?
That's what I'm handing to you now.
You can't
But we
perfect
just-
an amendment we don't have.
We just voted on it.
You can't vote on an amendment we
I
haven't
thought you
seen.
had the amendment. You didn't have it?
I don't
No,
have an amendment.
We're just.
I'm
not
just getting it now.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Will you please let them have the amendment?
We haven't even seen it. So
To be clear, the amendment is the same in terms of priorities. The lines changes to how it's funded.
Which is,
well, if it's a different amendment, it's a different amendment. We can't vote on it without seeing it.
It should have been scanned.
Legislator, did you get that scanned and emailed to you? Legislator Smith, I'm sorry.
I have not received it at this point in time.
Okay.
We asked the auditor staff to submit to make sure that it's consistent.
Okay, we do not have, Mr. Anderson does not have a copy. No, this is the old one.
Yeah.
Okay. So he proposes this new amended budget that basically eliminates all of the ARPA fund allocations that the previous legislature and Frank White agreed to. And so I'm going to show you guys this here. Hold on a second. So when they passed this through, and like I said, at the time, there was so we have 9 legislators there. And so at this time, Deron McGee, Manny, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, and Megan Marshall all were in agreement with each other primarily through 2025. And so with that, you had a voting block of 5, meaning that they're able to pass through any ordinance that they wanted to pass through since they had 5. But unless they get a 6th vote, they would never be able to overcome a veto by Frank White. So on February 8th, 2023, Frank White vetoes or line item vetoes Manny Abarca's budget amendments and issues a statement. And this is basically his statement right here. And The the big issue, or the big points with this issue, or with this veto, is he's basically stating that he's vetoing this budget because hold on, I'm going to read this section. It says, notably, Ordinance 5701 proposes the defunding of numerous county or current county associate positions, as well as the defunding of numerous county capital improvement projects and essential programs throughout Jackson County. This is the money that Frank White was going to use the ARPA funds on it. So we go to the second page of this veto. It says Ordinance, it says 5071, but it's supposed to be 5701, as amended, reduced, or eliminated the funding of many essential projects, programs, county personnel. These changes were made via a singular budget amendment that was not publicly available, and more astoundingly, was not even provided to all members of legislature prior to being voted upon. The legislature's proposed budget cuts include, but are not limited to, the following. Now, these are all programs that County Executive Frank White promised to use ARPA fund money in order to fund. And also, I want to just state here that this portion right here is the community improvements projects for the KCMO West Side Neighborhood Project, okay? This was, Frank White was going to give $1 million to the West Side. That's in Manny's district, in order to help rebuild the pool and also the fountain, and use this directly, or use these funds from the ARPA fund. And he vetoes, Manny eliminates this from this amended budget, okay? So here's County Executive Frank White talking about the American Rescue Plan Act Fund. It says, of particular concern is the way Ordinance 5701 treats the County American Rescue Plan Act Fund. Prior to Ordinance 5701's approval, Budget Committee Chair Barca said, "We believe that it's well within our rights and this process to reallocate these funds." Chair Barca also said the amendment would move all of the $74 million to an undesignated fund balance for a process to be created within a few months. Unfortunately, the County Code of Ordinances and state law prohibits this type of budgeting, and the specific action was a focus of the Missouri State Auditor in 2020. State law and the Jackson County Code both require that the county's annual budget present a complete financial plan for the ensuing budget year. And then he goes into the actual law here. Despite these legal requirements, Ordinance 5701 defunded every project and program in the American Rescue Plan Fund and proposed placing the entirety of these funds into an undesignated fund balance. The Missouri State Auditor's Office admonished this practice and said that the county should discontinue authorizing transfers from undesignated fund balances. In further support, the Jackson County Counselor's Office, at my request, has determined that the legislature's treatment of the ARPA funds is a clear violation of the statutory and code mandates that the annual budget present a complete plan. Code mandates that the annual budget present a complete plan. Now, I bring this up because the $70 million could have been allocated in 2023. There was a plan to allocate these funds. And the person that basically circumvented this plan was Manny Abarca with these budget amendments. And this, I want everyone to know, okay? Like I said, there's no hero in here. Frank White's not a hero. Manny is definitely not a hero. But when we're talking about why did it take them so long to allocate these funds, they had 4 years, they had all this time. I just want to present the truth to the people of Jackson County. There was a plan on January 30th, 2023 to allocate these funds, but Manny Abarca and Deron McGee circumvented this plan. And that's the truth, as I perceive it. So, next, we are going to another clip. And this is on March 4th. This is a clip that I took from March 14th, 2023. And the county administrator, Troy Schulte, is explaining the proper process of how to allocate the ARPA fund money. And he's saying this directly to the Jackson County legislature. And so the reason why I why I clipped this is because Troy clearly states that the county executive office goes through a request for proposals process. And once there is an agreement on how the county executive wants to allocate the money, then the county executive would bring the findings to the legislature for the legislature's approval. And the reason why I'm presenting this is because I want everyone to know that the legislature they knew the proper process on how to allocate these funds. But as you'll see, as time goes on, they pretend like they don't know the proper process, and they then try to commit illegal and improper allocations of the ARPA fund money.
And I think, just to follow up one time about this, we were asking to somewhat about the process. I mean, do we send folks your way to, if they have an idea, suggestion?
Yeah,
you
well,
all
we
come back to us? Would we see it in-
if there's some interest, we've been open to those kind of conversations. What we are required to do under the ARPA funds is solicit for proposals, unless the funding is going to another public sector entity, whether it be the city or some sort of entity. We're not required to do an allocation for that purpose. That's why the allocation for UMKC is a state entity, so therefore they can receive the Our Healthy East Side monies without a procurement. But any sort of not-for-profit allocation would require some sort of an RFP process. Usually what we do is, once there's a consensus we want to allocate such and such for this purpose, then we do an RFP process, bring the findings, recommendations back to the legislature for their consideration and approval.
So this is basically Troy Schulte clearly telling the legislature that once there is an agreement and a general or once they go through this RFP process and there's an agreement on how the county executive wants to allocate the money, then the county executive would then go to the legislature and ask for their approval. So that we would go to ordinance stage. So this is clearly Troy saying the county executive is going to decide how to spend these funds, go through the request for proposal process, and then once the request for proposal process is finished and he knows how to allocate these funds, then he would go to the legislature to ask for their approval. And that's the proper process on how to allocate these ARPA funds. So the next significant time that we must look at is on March 27th, 2023. So on March 27th, 2023, the county executive, Frank White, explains to the legislature that the ARPA process, or explains to the legislature the ARPA process to the legislature, and explains the need for the ARPA funds for infrastructure. So in this clip, he's basically, again, informing the legislature the proper process to allocate these funds, and that he wants these funds to primarily go towards the infrastructure projects in Jackson County.
Of the county executive in regards to the ARPA process, and what's the goal? I know we talked about it a little bit last week, but this is significant money that I think is important that we allocate. And I know that we've gotten some items piecemeal, but wanted to understand your process in terms of identifying which priority and how we address the lot of the remaining dollars.
Mr. Barker, that'd be a lot easier question to ask, because it's nine of you guys, and all of you guys have wishes and wants, and I love to be able to meet with each one of you and discuss those funds. But Also, the county has definite infrastructure needs that we have to pay attention to. Though that's part of the plan. Our new administration building is part of the plan. So I'll be happy to meet with anyone that wants to come meet with me, and we can talk about it and see which way we can take it.
And is there any public process that you plan to include as well in that, or you want to leverage the use of our offices to do that public engagement?
Well, I mean, that's always something we want to do first is have public, like anything in a designated fund, you have to have public hearings on. So that's part of it, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then we go to April 3rd, 2023. And this is a clip with the county administrator, Troy Schulte, again explaining the deadlines of the ARPA funds and places the legislature on notice that if the deadlines are not fulfilled, and he specifically states, he mentions the December 31st, 2024, and then the December 31st, 2024 deadline, and then the final deadline, which I believe is in 2026. We'll hear what that deadline is. But he basically puts them on notice that if these deadlines are not fulfilled, that they'll have to spend they'll have to send the entirety of the funds back to the federal government.
All of the ARPA funds have to be under contract by the end of calendar year 2024. And they have to be, I think it's spent out or actually spent, and I think it's like September 30th of 2026. So we've got some deadlines we got to get moving on, otherwise we would be at risk to send these monies back to the federal government, which I think everyone can agree would be the last thing we want to do, simply because we have needs in Jackson County. We might as well take advantage of that. But those kind of the deadlines we're watching is we've got to have it all under contract by the end of 2024 and all actually spent and out the door by, I think there's two kind of competing dates. There's one that says September 30th of 2026, another one that says 12/31 of 26. We better try to get it spent by September 30th of 2026, lest we have any issues. So that's, in a nutshell, where we've been approaching that broad allocation of how we use the American Rescue Plan dollars.
Yeah, and also I have a comment here by Jackson County legislator Sean Smith, who informed me that my clips or volume is very low. I increased the volume of the clips, so if that's fine, please let me know. But I mean, I guess if it's too low, please let me know, and I'll try to increase the volume even more. So in this meeting on April 3rd, 2023, I also have another clip of Chief of Staff Caleb Clifford, him explaining to the legislature, again, the proper process to allocate the ARPA funds. And in this clip, he makes it clear that it has to be a collaboration between the county executive's office and the legislature.
What is the executive's proposal in allocating the remaining funds, and how do you prioritize some of those needs and priorities? What was that process, or what is that process? To anyone who can answer.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Caleb Clifford from the County Executive's Office. Obviously, that is a complex answer to give, but I want to do my best to say that first and foremost, he was working with the prior legislature to identify needs and then processes to move forward. The County Executive's recommended budget included more details in regards to where those funds would go, as well as the plan that was submitted to the federal government. And so I think the county executive would like to move forward in the same fashion, working with yourself and the other members of the legislature to identify specific programming, create solicitations that will then go into the community and provide opportunities for agencies or providers to submit their response to that, for it to be scored, and for the legislature to award contracts. I think that this year's budget process has educated us in regards to some needs of the community and some desires of this current legislature that we want to be responsive to, and we want to work with you all to develop that. In addition, we thought that the Our Healthy, formerly Casey Eastside, now Our Healthy Jackson County, is an unbelievable opportunity, not only as a program, but a great opportunity for us to work with the legislature to put funding into the community, and also to see how this process could and should work moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that'll have its hearing here in the next process. Go ahead.
Okay, so after this meeting on April 3rd, 2023, there wasn't anything significantly discussed until July 10th, 2023. And this is, I'm only looking at the things that I am privy to, which is the records on the Jackson County government page. So in my findings, there wasn't really any ARPA discussion until July 10th, 2023. Now, in this next clip, Budget Chair Manny Abarca is going to introduce his own sponsored ordinance, which is called 5767, that would allocate $23 million for repairs to the 1300 Washington building. And the reason why this is important is because in 2024, one of the biggest reasons why there was so much tension in allocating the ARPA fund money was due to the $23 million being spent on the 1300 Washington building, which one of the leaders behind this was Manny Abarca. But in this clip, you're going to see that on July 10th, 2023, he's the one who has this ordinance introduced into the legislature, asking the legislature to allocate $23 million for the repairs of the 1300 Washington building.
Operation Twisted Tiger, introduced by Vanessa Husky.
Any comment?
No comment. We will have a public hearing next week.
Assigned to Justice and Law, 5767.
Appropriating $23 million from the undesignated fund balance of the 2022 ARPA Fund for the purpose of construction improvements and furnishings of the 1300 Washington Administration Building at a cost of $17 million, and for improvements to the second floor of the downtown courthouse at a cost of $4 million, and the historic Truman Courthouse at a cost of $2 million, introduced by Manuel Barker IV.
Assigned to Budget Committee, please.
Now, this is the actual ordinance here of 5767. So if you read here in the introduction, or actually if you go back here, it says sponsors by Manuel Abarca IV, ordinance number 5767 on July 10th, 2023. And it says, for the project/title, appropriating $23 million from the undesignated fund balance of ARPA Fund for the purpose of constructing improvements and furnishing the 1300 Washington building $17 million, $4 million for improvements to the second floor of the downtown courthouse, and $2 million for building improvements to the historic Truman Courthouse in Independence. Okay, this is on July 10th, 2023. Okay, and the reason why this is so important is, as you'll see in 2024, one of the factors in not passing the ARPA funds was because of the money that was being allocated to the 1300 Washington building. And one of the main people that was against that was Manny Abarca himself. Now, on the next clip that we're going to view, this is July 17th, 2023. And what happens on July 17th, 2023 is where I believe this is where the tension, at least when it comes to the recorded legislator meetings, this is when you can actually see the tension beginning. There is a discussion on 5767, the ordinance to give the $17 million to 1300 Washington. And basically, Brian Konvinsky explains to the legislature that this bill needs to have a public hearing in order to be passed.
We'll do that. Bringing up Ordinance 5767, an ordinance appropriating $23 million from the undesignated fund balance of the 2022 ARPA Fund for the purpose of construction improvements and furnishing of the 1300 Washington Administration Building at a cost of $17 million, and for the improvements to the second floor of the downtown courthouse at a cost of $4 million and the historic Truman Courthouse at a cost of $2 million. By all means.
Mr. Chairman, I think we'll actually have to notice up a public hearing because we're appropriating funds from the unappropriated fund balance. This is an ordinance, I think between discussions between legislative and the executive branch about the use of ARPA funds. It includes $17 million is the estimate to remodel 1300 Washington for all county offices. $4 million would accommodate the legislative offices being remodeled on the second floor of this building, along with the clerk and the compliance and the auditor. And then $2 million is the cost to relocate from the rented space in Independence 201 West Lexington to the second floor of the Truman Courthouse and equip, I think, 6 or 7 offices, room for the clerk, and some conference space, as well as to adapt the Brady courtroom to a legislative chamber. So that's where those numbers were derived.
Perfect. I would recommend the executive come next time and explain that to us so that we can understand his vision. I think that would be most helpful. And we'll await a public hearing until that time.
So this is where you're going to hear on multiple clips Manny and other legislators asking for the county executive to appear, for the county executive to explain these ordinances. And the reason why I stated but previously is this is where the tension begins. If you remember, in July 2023, this is when we were having, I mean, we're still having, but this is when the property tax crisis was in full force. So you had over 60,000 appeals being filed, a lot of angry residents, okay? And so I think this is when Manny starts to turn against the executive, but this is my own speculations on this. But this then goes into the next meeting on July 31st, 2023, where Manny Abarca says that he's going to hold the ordinance 5767, which is to allocate the $23 million to infrastructure projects, until the Jackson County executive appears at the next legislative meeting to state his priorities. But I want you to remember that Frank White did state his priorities in March 27th of 2023, and that was to allocate the funds towards the infrastructure projects, okay? But this is again a continuation of this tension increasing.
Moving on to Ordinance 5767, an ordinance appropriating $23 million from the undesignated fund balance to the 2022 ARPA Fund for the purpose of construction, improvements, and furnishing of the 1300 Washington Administration Building at a cost of $17 million, and for the improvements to the second floor of the downtown courthouse at a cost of $4 million, and the historic courthouse at a cost of $2 million. I see no county executive. Without any discussion, I'd rather hold this until he comes and justifies his priority.
I second it.
Now, the next time this is discussed again is going to be August 21st of 2023. And in this meeting, Budget Chair Manny Abarca moves to perfect Ordinance 5767, and it is perfected. And when it's placed for adoption, this ordinance fails to pass. And Manny, in the vote, Manny votes against his own ordinance that he sponsored, okay? And just to explain the whole perfection, when a bill is presented to the legislature, they have to go through a series of perfections, and perfections means they're looking at the bill and it has to be perfected. Like, basically, they have to agree to what the terms state. And after it's perfected multiple times, it then goes to a vote on adoption, which means they're voting on whether or not this ordinance will pass, okay? So in this meeting, Manny moves to perfect the ordinance in order to make sure that this ordinance fails.
Perfection of proposed ordinance and reports of committee, 5767.
Appropriating $23 million from the undesignated fund balance of the 2022 ARPA Fund for the purpose of construction improvements and furnishing of the 1300 Washington Administration Building at a cost of $17 million and for improvements to the second floor of the downtown courthouse at a cost of $4 million and the historic Truman Courthouse at a cost of $2 million. Budget Committee.
Report from committee.
Recommended adoption.
Okay, is there a,
Perfection.
I'm sorry, perfection.
is there a motion to perfect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
No?
Aye.
Opposed?
Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Excuse me?
He said nay.
Oh, okay. We're now moving to a motion to adopt. Is there a motion to adopt?
Did that pass by voice vote or not? I didn't get the yeas.
Okay.
Yes.
I believe it did pass, yes.
Passed by a voice vote?
Yes. We're now moving to a motion to
Can I ask
adopt.
for a roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Roll call vote on the
See, we're-
perfection
On the
of
perfection?
ordinance
Yeah.
5767.
There's
Anderson?
so much confusion
Peyton?
here.
Yes.
Marshall?
Yes.
Abarca?
Yes.
Husky?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Lauer?
No.
Smith?
No.
McGee?
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
I object.
I can't.
Second.
What do we object?
It was a motion to adopt. It was moved and seconded, moved by Legislator Payton, seconded by Legislator Franklin. And Legislator Marshall is objecting, so we have to do a roll call vote.
Okay.
Anderson?
No.
Peyton?
No.
Marshall?
No.
Abarca?
No.
Husky?
No.
Franklin?
Yes.
Lauer?
No.
Smith?
No.
McGee?
No.
1 yes, 8 no.
So this bill ultimately fails to be adopted 8-1, okay? So nothing is discussed about ARPA until October 16th, 2023. And at this meeting, County Administrator Troy Schulte again explains the county executive's intent on distributing the ARPA funds for the renovation of 1300 Washington to the legislature.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yeah.
So that aside, I guess, we talked in Budget Committee about the $14 million for the new administration building, or seven, whatever the number is now. I mean, please help me understand. I mean, we kind of went back and forth on the compliance question around ARPA impacting these funds or not. I mean, is it the intent of the administration to use ARPA dollars only, or is there, and why? Because the undesignated fund balance and several other funds are also opportunities for withdrawal. I mean, I just want to give another space here that the chairman's here to talk about that.
Yeah, our intent all along was that the administration building was purchased with ARPA dollars and would be renovated with ARPA dollars. We could potentially use county improvement dollars, but that is a significant draw on reserves. I'm trying to keep the reserve level as high as possible. There has been some internal conversation. You may remember that there was some reluctance on the part of the legislature to use ARPA dollars for the courtroom component of the jail, which has not yet been funded. That was about a $7.5 million price tag, so the default position on that would be county improvement dollars if we can't use ARPA dollars for the courtroom component of the jail facility. So our ability to reach in and deal with a lot of projects with the county improvement dollars, which is effectively the general fund reserve, are limited.
Yeah, so a side note here and an explanation on why County Administrator Troy Schulte is explaining how County Executive wants to use the majority or use some of these ARPA funds to renovate 1300 Washington is because the prior legislature in I believe it was in 2020. No, it was 2019, but I could be wrong. But it was a prior legislature. They're the ones that, or I'm sorry, it was 2021. They voted to purchase the 1300 Washington building, and they used ARPA funds in order to purchase this building at 1300 Washington. And the reason why they want to continue using ARPA funds in order to renovate this building is because if since this building was purchased through ARPA funds, if the county government sells this building in the future, that means that they have to use the proceeds of whatever they receive from the sale. They'll have to return those proceeds and the money that they spent on that they used on ARPA funds back to the federal government. So this, I forgot how much they spent for the 1300 Washington building. I think it was over $10 million. I believe it was like $13 million, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But it was millions of dollars they spent on purchasing this building. And so that means that if they sold it anytime soon, they would then have to reimburse the federal government for these funds. And so that's why they want to use ARPA fund money in order to renovate this building, because they have no intention of selling this building in the near future. And so after the October 16th meeting, the next significant time that they discussed ARPA funds was on November 8th, 2023. And in this meeting, Budget Chair Manny Abarca unilaterally holds meetings with over 50 nonprofit corporations for ARPA fund allocations without the county executive's approval, okay? I'm not going to show you the clip of this meeting because it's just hearings with all these nonprofit organizations, but I'm going to show you the document that showcases these meetings here. So if you see this, ARPA hearings, 2023 applications, Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. So these meetings started at 9 o'clock and they spanned for days. So the first meeting was November 8th, then there was a November 9th, and all of these names here are organizations that specifically came here for ARPA money. They were brought here under, and I'm going to just state it, this is my opinion, okay? It was under bad intentions, okay? Because Manny promised them that they would, if they came to these hearings, that they would be eligible for some, or they could be eligible for some sort of ARPA fund money. But the issue is he was holding these meetings without the county executive's approval. I don't even know if the county executive was aware of these meetings, but he led these nonprofits, and this starts in 2023, okay? He let these nonprofits on, saying, if you apply to my process and you go through my process, then you might be eligible for millions of dollars of ARPA funds. So these meetings went from November 8th to November 9th. So then the next significant date is December 18th, 2023. And the reason why this date is significant is because on this date, everything goes haywire, okay? Basically, the county executive, Frank White, he makes an appearance, and he has to explain to all of these nonprofit organizations and these other organizations that came to Manny Abarca's meetings for ARPA funds that Manny's process was improper and illegal, And then he proceeds to apologize to the organizations for Manny Abarca's behavior and again reiterates that he intends to use the ARPA funds for infrastructure projects.
Under hearings, we have none. Communications and reports from the county executive. Mr. Executive White.
Good morning, everybody. I think that based on what's been happening here, I think I need to say a few words about ARPA funds and how that process was handled. And I received a lot of calls from supposed recipients of ARPA funds this weekend. And I believe that one legislator directed those folks to call me. I look at these funds as federal funds. They're not like outside agency funding. There's a process that everyone has to go through, a procurement process that wasn't adhered to. And I know the general thinking is that the county, it doesn't step up for the community. But when you think back to 2020 during COVID, it was the county that stepped up, along with a few returning legislators that are here currently. We funded over $150 million into the community over the last 3 years. And we funded school districts, we funded first responders, food programs, we funded our new health department building, both health departments. When the governor decided he wasn't going to fund the cities during COVID, we funded all the cities in Jackson County. So I just want to just say those things that we've always stepped up. Our county legislature over the last 3 years have also put $3 million in the community. I put thousands of dollars in the community through my annual golf tournament. And we also funded our safety net hospitals. But what's transpired with a lot of these folks, I want to apologize for this legislator, but I will say I'm sorry that these folks had to go through this process that they've gone through, thinking that they were going to get ARPA funds when this legislator knew that the process that was being used was inappropriate and unlawful. And I did put out a letter today explaining that process and how that process should have gone. So you get a lot of comments about the county not being involved and not the county not playing this. Frank White's not doing this. Frank White not's doing that. But you know, you can only sit back so long and take the shots that you have to take in this business, especially when those shots are not telling the truth to the public. And it goes all the way back to property tax, all the town halls, all the lies to the public. Nobody asked legislators, can they do it? Is it legal? Legislative intent to cap property values at 15%, knowing that it's illegal, knowing that we can't do it. A lot of false things that goes to the public that is trying to turn back on our administration when basically we follow the law, we follow the charter, we follow county
is now joining
and county procedures. And when those aren't followed, then it's our residents that suffer. I know that we do a lot of things in this business for political gain, but I don't think lying to the public should be one. I think everybody has their districts. Everybody has people that they're responsible for in their districts, constituents, but those constituents have to be told the truth. And I'd like to have our constituents going forward, when elected officials are out there telling you things, I'd like to have you ask questions. The first one I would ask is it legal? And can we do it? Because here, the county will not go forward if we don't do things legally, if we don't do things that aren't unlawful. We have to do things that is by our county codes, by our state statutes, and by our county charter. So when we deviate from that, then I think we're doing ourselves a disservice, and I think we're doing our constituents a disservice. So to all those folks who has been calling me about receiving ARPA funds, like I said, I won't apologize for this legislator, but I will say that I'm sorry you had to go through this because it just wasn't done the right way. And coming into the last year, early this year, when the new legislators came on board, it was made real clear to the legislators what those funds were for. They are for to fix the front of our courthouse, which is boarded up. We can't use it. It's the face of the county, and we can't get people into it. It's not ADA accessible. It's for an administration building that we purchased, and that we're supposed to move people out of this courthouse into this building, not only give them a better living experience, but give the taxpayers that come here a better experience paying their taxes. That was disregarded. So this one legislator decided, I'll give all the money away, and he would have given it away had he followed the procedure, but the procedure wasn't followed. So my job as the county executive is to make sure that we do things that are lawful, things that are going to benefit our community. And I say those things early to let you know that the county is willing to step up and do what it needs to do in order to keep our community safe and healthy. So with that, I yield my time, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, so I got a comment here from Tracy, and Tracy basically says Manny has a history of promising things and not following through, just like when he was budget chair. Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Tracy. I mean, Manny, and you'll see this because the reason why I'm bringing this up since 2023 is we have to realize that Manny had noticed that his behavior was improper since 2023. And what you're going to see in the clips of 2024 is he literally tries to do the exact same thing again. And that's what causes the ultimate chaos and breakdown in 2024. One thing I also want to bring up too is, and I did not cut this, there's this one section I saw when Frank White was basically explaining how there's one trait that he values, and that's his integrity and how he's a truthful person. And when I saw that, my first reaction was I laughed because I was like, because of everything. But then I sat down and I thought about it, and I was like, and we can argue about this, but I was like, you know what? Frank White is actually correct on this. In my limited interactions with Frank White, and I'm just saying from what I've read of Frank White, all the news, the meetings, and everything. And I've been following Frank White since 2019 religiously. And the reason why I say that Frank White is truthful is because if you remember, if you guys knew me when I was running for county executive in 2022, I was warning everyone that there would be a property tax crisis in 2023. And the reason why I knew this is because Frank White told everyone. He told the Missouri state government. He told the county auditor. He made official statements that he was significantly going to increase people's property assessed values. Okay. He did not lie about that, and he never backed down. And so when I sit back and I think of what is a statement that Frank White has actually said that he lied, that it was a complete lie, and I'm like, I really don't know, because at the end of the day, the reason why a lot of people were shocked at what Frank White did was because they didn't believe that Frank White would do what he was saying that he was going to do. And the thing is he's been saying this all the time. He was saying that he was going to increase everyone's property assessed values all the time, but people weren't taking what he said seriously. And so Fawn states, Frank White has no credibility as far as I'm concerned. He's proven that he's diabolical with fraudulent tax assessments. And I have to say this, Fawn, is that, look, yes, he has no credibility, but he does. he stated to the public that he was going to increase everyone's tax or property assessed values, or that there was going to be a significant increase. And he stated this in 2019. That's how I knew, and that's how many other people knew beforehand, that there was going to be a property tax crisis in 2023. And so the thing is we have to stop thinking that I don't believe that Frank White has no credibility. I think people really need to sit down and honestly listen to what Frank White says, because that's what Frank White believes. That's what he's going to do. And that's why a lot of people were so shocked with what happened, is because I think there's two different versions of what people have with Frank White in their mind. They have the Frank White, the idol, like the baseball star, and then there's Frank White as the county executive, right? And so what I'm just asking people to do in the future is take these man's words seriously, because if he says he's not going to do something, he is not going to do something, okay? And so when he said that statement about how he has integrity and how he's truthful, I sat back and I thought to myself, I'm like, you know what? I mean, not to say that he doesn't tell lies, or anything, but mostly, yeah, it's true. I never really caught Frank White making a public statement that was a bold-faced lie, as other people I have. So that's what I'm just going to tell my audience is to take what he says seriously. Fawn says, I hope to God not, because he's not good for Jackson County, especially unincorporated Jackson County. Yes, he's horrible. And that's what I want. That's what I also want to say is, or sorry, that's Tracy. I'm sorry. That's Tracy's statement, not Fawn. That's what I'm saying is that's one of the reasons why I ran in 2022, because I saw what Frank White was doing, and I wanted to give the people a choice for change, like a choice to put a person in office that actually has an interest in changing Jackson County for the better, in order to fix the administration so that it's actually working properly. But people still believed in the idol, in the hero, or the hero Frank White. And so that's why they ultimately voted for Frank White over me, because they weren't paying attention to what he was doing, and they weren't listening to what he was saying, okay? So anyways, in this December 8th, 2023 meeting, what happens is Manny's proposed budget as budget chair actually is voted down. And the budget that they ultimately passed was a budget that was presented by another Jackson County legislator, which I believe was Jenny Laura, but like don't quote me on this, but I believe it was her, and her budget was ultimately passed, okay? Now, after this happens, they have another vote on January 8th, 2023 for basically the chair of the legislature, okay? And Duran is removed as chair of the legislature and is replaced with Jeannie Laurel, okay? And Jeannie removes Manny as budget chair and assigns Jalen Anderson as budget chair, okay? So going into 2023, now we have a new chair and a new budget chair. So the next significant, and also I put down here too, just so people know, like who voted for who as chair for the next the chair of the next legislature. So I just, so if people wanted to know. But the next significant meeting that they had on the ARPA fund distribution was on February 26, 2024. And in this clip that I'm about to show you, Manny Abarca and Duran McGee basically, or I'm sorry. I already stated they lost their seats as the budget chair and chair. But in this clip, County Executive Frank White again explains that it is his intent, again, to use ARPA funds for infrastructure projects.
Question is just to the county executive about what the plan is for ARPA. I mean, we were all together last week to some degree at the White House about ARPA, and several suggestions came up. I just want to understand what the plan is.
Well, the plan for ARPA is pretty much what it's been from day one when you guys were elected. We basically had funds that were available for infrastructure needs of the county, remodeling of the new administration building that we purchased, and that hasn't changed. I know a lot. I met with some of the legislators talking about ARPA funds, but we have to understand that ARPA funds that were held back, they were held back for a reason. They were held back for the infrastructure needs of the county. We had spent over $150 million into the community from COVID and ARPA, and we felt that the needs of this county courthouse are valuable to not only us. That's part of my responsibilities as courthouse, and these are the funds that we have left over to try to get some things done in this courthouse, because we don't have any type of revenue stream coming into this county. So when those dollars are spent, then we're out of money. And I think it would be remiss of me to spend those dollars in other areas and not get done what they were intended to do, was improve the infrastructure of this courthouse.
So then you've not had conversations with individuals about other programs that you'd fund?
I have.
So that's, I guess, what I'm asking is about what the strategy is for spending the money, because you just said infrastructure, but then also social programs.
Well, the strategy is to get the funding passed for the administration building, for the front steps of our courthouse, ADA compliancy of this courthouse, and then what's left, then we can talk to the other legislators about what they want to do going forward.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none. Moving on to.
So Fawn states, Miss Stacy, I listened to Frank and did some serious research on him. Thank God I never wasted my vote on him. I only wish other voters had done the same. Yes. And I wish so too, Fawn. And believe me, in 2022, I was out there. Okay. And anybody in the Democratic establishment knows this. I was out there. I was actively trying to convince multiple people, organizations, neighborhood groups to essentially vote Frank White out. And that's why I believe that in my race in the Democratic primary, it was close. I only lost by 4% of the vote in the Democratic primary. But the reason why I ultimately did not win that election was because in that election, the only political organization that endorsed me was La Raza. Okay, every other Democratic organization or Democratic establishment group, basically, I told them the facts, and these weren't opinions. These were hard facts. I went through Frank White's history. I explained to them how he was just how he's been a terrible county executive for our county. And there were some people there that actually stated, like, yeah, we know that Frank White's been a terrible county executive. But they literally looked at me and they were like, Miss Lake, we just think that you have no chance to win. And so we're just going to go with Frank. And that's the reason why they endorsed him. It wasn't for the goodness of their hearts, or it wasn't because they thought that Frank White would be a better leader or a better manager than me for the county government. It was because they thought that Frank White was going to win, and so they were going to stick with the devil that they knew. So Tracy states, Manny feels that people that live in unincorporated Jackson County don't deserve anything to help these areas because, according to him, they don't pay enough in taxes, so we don't deserve affordable housing, better infrastructure, etc. Now, that's what I call someone who is not for Jackson County areas, that they that they, as a legislation, are solely responsible for. Yes, for people who are unaware, the Jackson County Executive is also the mayor of the unincorporated areas of Jackson County. So the areas that are in between the incorporated cities. So, like, for instance, the areas between Kansas City and Independence, the areas in between Raytown and Grandview and Lee Summit, like those areas that are not connected to a municipality are all under the purview of the Jackson County Executive. So the Jackson County Executive not only is the executive for the entire county, but he is the mayor of those unincorporated areas. And so I know this is going to be controversial, but it's like, yeah, the Jackson County government does have a responsibility, a serious responsibility to modernize the unincorporated zones, because if it's not the county executive or the county government that's doing it, no one else is going to. You know, it's kind of like Kansas City. If Kansas City wanted to fix their roads, they're not going to ask the governor of Missouri to do it, or they're not going to ask Grandview's mayor to do it. It's the city of Kansas City's responsibility to fix those roads. That's why the county executive position is so important, especially for the unincorporated areas, because I don't know if you guys are aware of the unincorporated zones, but they need a lot of help. There's a lot of areas in Jackson County, a lot of neighborhoods in the unincorporated areas that aren't connected to they don't have proper sewer, they don't have sidewalks, their roads haven't been taken care of in a long time, that you could tell they haven't had serious infrastructure investments in decades, and that is unacceptable. And the thing is yeah, the ARPA funds should have been used in the unincorporated zones to help the unincorporated areas, because they don't have any other place to go to. And I'm sorry that I went on a rant, but I'm back. We're back on track. So the next time the county government actually speaks about ARPA in a substantial and a significant way is on February 26, 2024. And, oh, I'm sorry. I already stated that. I'm sorry. You guys got me off track. Because, for me, I am, I get really carried away when I think about the status of our county right now, and how much better it could be if we had a leader who actually cared for improving the county and modernizing the county, and ultimately actually has true concern for the county, which right now the county executive does not have it. And I have to say this, honestly, the way that the legislature has been operating, it doesn't seem like they have it either, because they need to put their personal biases aside and actually fight for the people, but mostly I would say for the unincorporated people, because those are the people that primarily use or rely on the services of the county government, because that's all that they have, and people really need to be aware of that. So we were on February 24th, 2026. The next time they discuss the ARPA funds, and this is not a typo, it's May 6, 2024, okay? And so in this clip, the county administrator, Troy Schulte, is going to give a status of the ARPA funds and explains the process again to the legislature on how to distribute the ARPA funds. And then Donna basically states that there was a plan, that the plan for distribution was supposed to be issued by April 30th, 2024, but this was a plan that was agreed to by the legislature and not the county executive.
Yes, sir.
What's the status of ARPA, or the expiration is coming up? So I'm just
At this point, I'm not sure of any significant changes. The deadline for all funds have to be encumbered as of December 31st, 2024, and spent as of December 31st, 2026.
Can we anticipate a process for folks to apply for, or what's?
I think, yeah, I think once there's a determination made on how the funds will be allocated, we'll go through the standard county procurement within those broad categories, seeking proposals that best address those areas, and then bring those funding recommendations back to you for approval.
Who's in the process of making the decisions on how the money should be spent?
To my knowledge, the county executive, the chief of staff, and the chair and vice chair of the legislature have had some conversations. I haven't been privy to all of those conversations. I think they're still going on. So those have been the folks that I know have been working, and there may be some others involved in that conversation as well.
Legislator Payton.
Thank you. And in regards to that, I did want to point out that the legislature passed a resolution indicating our intent was that we would see that plan by the end of April. Just a reminder that we're waiting, and no one has addressed not making that deadline with us.
So the next clip I'm going to show you is from the same meeting on May 6, 2024. And Chairwoman Jeannie Laurel is explaining to Manny Abarca the status of the ARPA fund process. And this is when you actually begin to see the split in the legislature. It is clear in this clip that the county executive is really only having communications with Jeannie Laurel and other people of the legislature, but is not having communications with other people of the legislature. So in my speculation, I believe during this time, the county executive is only having communications with Jeannie, with Megan Marshall, with Charlie Franklin and Jalen Anderson, while leaving the other legislators out in the dark. But I could be wrong, but this is just my speculations from watching these meetings.
Question.
Yes, Legislator Barker.
So what's the status of ARPA?
We have put together the list of outside agencies, which is on the agenda for next week, and then that leaves some remainders for ARPA, for the plan for ARPA, what could be done with that, and we have presented that to the county executive. So they have the plan now from our perspective.
So the plan is to fund organizations for ARPA outside of the applicants for outside agencies?
No, we're saying that outside agencies are listed here, and whatever any other agencies that might want to apply for ARPA funds would come from that, from the various categories.
From the various categories of health-only ideas?
Well, there are various categories such as infrastructure, health and wellness. What are the other ones? Infrastructure, health and wellness, and impoverished areas, I believe. Disadvantaged communities. And so any agencies that might want to apply for funds from ARPA could do so out of that, whether they are from outside agencies or not. What we did first was make sure we were taking care of our outside agencies, which you have on the agenda for next week.
So the curiosity there is that the $3 million from outside agency is already budgeted for, so I don't know how that has anything to do with ARPA.
If there are any outside agencies or any other agencies out there that might have wanted to apply but did not qualify, they could go for potential ARPA monies.
And is that from the previous application process, or is there a new one coming? I just don't know how, if somebody didn't apply for ARPA through outside agency, that application
process is already over.
Well, yeah,
That's already been
obviously
done.
for outside agency. I'm saying for somebody who didn't qualify for outside agency because it has to be health nurse.
That process is upcoming for ARPA,
So there is going to be a process.
for
And
ARPA.
What will it be, and when will we know about it?
That will be handled through administration. There will be RFP process that will be handled through all those categories.
So similar to outside agency, or
Yeah, what we would do is, and I'm not privy to the in various categories that have been carved out. What we would do is solicit proposals through procurement using our standard procurement process for asking agencies to respond how they would best meet the needs for that particular category of funds and then we would seek to allocate the funds that are designated in that category and bring those recommendations back for approval so we could get those under contract by the end of the year.
And how much per category are we talking at this point?
It depends on how the administration wants to.
Yeah, I'm not privy to that particular final allocation.
So the legislature has no opinion on what the category quantity should be?
We've given some suggestions at this point to what they have proposed.
To how much?
I don't have all the categories in mind. Legislator Marshall, do you recall?
Not, as far as a specific dollar amount, that wasn't lined out, but the categories in alignment with the ARPA categories, those were defined out. But the dollar amount was left up to the administration to figure that out and then forward it with their resolution, rather.
So the administration comes back with $60 million for buildings and $9 million for outside agencies, that's what we're talking about, or?
It's not that heavily weighted, but they will come back with the proposal. Legislator Anderson?
I just wanted to be clear that it is, of course, when it is proposed, we can always amend it when it comes to us. So, of course, having the numbers right now, when we don't have the legislation in front of us, is very difficult to get that specifically done. But, of course, it'll come through the process, and, of course, we'll look through it, and we'll have debates on it. And if we want to amend something, we can. I just think, just to make that clear, I mean, it's not like that it just is the final say in anything, shape, or form.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Legislator Payton?
I just want some clarity, please. We've mentioned two things simultaneously, outside funding and ARPA funds. Where are we with outside funding, outside agency funding?
That is on the agenda for next week. It's on the agenda.
So it's on the agenda for next week and not ARPA, or is ARPA going to be on the agenda?
ARPA is not.
All right, thank you. And Legislator Anderson, when you say we will have an opportunity, we includes, because right now we are not included. So we is going to include at that point whom?
Well, how every other piece of legislation is done, the legislature looks at that and decides if they want to amend it. So that is the we, because that's how we deal with every piece of legislation that comes for us. We as a legislature decide.
And I was just trying to make sure that that was the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Legislator Payton, Resolution 21617 that was just read in on the agenda is the outside agency. You're welcome. All right, unless there's any other business, then we will have a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah, so I think in this clip it clearly shows how some legislators are are talking with the county executive while other legislators are in the dark. And this is where Frank White basically, in my opinion, was wrong. This is his fault on this side. There's a lot of faults going around on the ARPA chaos, but this is specifically Frank White's fault. Is he did not include all the legislators in this ARPA process. Like, I honestly believe, and when we get into October, because that's when everything just goes off the rails, okay? I honestly believe if there was a series of meetings that if he had with not just with 3 or 4 of the legislators, but with all of them, being like, hey, this is my proposed plan for the ARPA funds. We're about to go through the request for proposal process, but this is where we are. These are the organizations that I want to receive money, or not even the organizations, but these are the areas. These are the topic areas. Like, I want this money to go towards like homelessness problems, this money to go towards educational issues, things of that nature. Then I honestly believe that there wouldn't have been such a chaotic reaction to the ARPA fund distribution that we had in the fall of 2024. And And that is just a failure in leadership. And that is 100% on Frank White, because as county executive, he is the leader of the county. Even if he didn't want to work with these people, it is his duty to still include the legislators in these conversations so that they aren't wholly in the dark. Now, I do believe that there were sincere attempts to include the legislators in on this process when we get into the fall of 2024, but this should have been happening way beforehand. But due to this is when you start having certain factions build where they're just not going to trust anything that Frank White proposes, anything that the county counselor's office says to them, or anything that the county government does. And I believe that this all could have been avoided if Frank White had just been that's actually Frank White's biggest fault. He's not transparent at all. He keeps all of his cards close to the chest. He doesn't discuss important issues with people who need to know, and he creates all of this confusion and chaos, because when people are left out into the dark, all they have is their own conclusions that they can rely on, even if those conclusions are not based upon solid facts. He could have prevented a lot of this just by having simple meetings. But he didn't. And so that's Frank White's biggest folly, and that's one of the main factors as to when we'll see in the fall of 2024 when the whole ARPA process completely goes off the rails. Now, the next clip I'm going to show you is on May 20th, 2024. Donna Payton again requests for an update on the ARPA funding. And this request, in this clip, you're going to see the frustration that Donna has and that other legislators have about being left out on the process. And I actually agree with Donna on this, is that they shouldn't have been left out on the process on this. And this could have all been avoided by simple meetings. But that's not what happened.
It's above prevailing wage, yes.
That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Legislator Franklin. Legislator Payne.
I think I asked the question. You're thinking Legislator Franklin, but okay.
Okay, thank you too, Legislator McGee, for
Oh,
asking
thank
the
you. I
question.
appreciate it.
Is there an update on the plan for ARPA funding distribution? Do we have that yet? We requested that we'd have it by the end of April. It's now the end of May. We're talking about offering monies up, but we haven't seen any plan whatsoever.
I believe there are some conversations occurring at the legislative level. From an administration standpoint, we have kind of shared with members of the legislature our priorities in terms of what our funding needs were, primarily around the facilities. But at that point, that's about as much information as I'm privy to.
I feel a bit disrespected that I have to ask that question. That administration, knowing our intent, knowing the vote, has not come to us and just told us that information. Just to share that disappointment. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none.
Yeah, and here I agree with Donna, is I would be frustrated too if I was a legislator duly elected in order to represent the interests of my district, and I was being left out of the process on the ARPA fund distribution. But anyways, that continues to happen. And so the next significant meeting that we have on ARPA funds happens nearly a month later on June 17th, 2024. And in this clip, Donna Payton again requests an update on the ARPA funding, and again shows frustration of being left out of the process. But she ultimately does get an update from Troy Schulte.
Of course, I'm going to ask about ARPA funding. Again, I will reiterate how disappointed I am that this legislature asked to see a plan by April the 30th. We have not been contacted that there would be a delay. We have not been contacted for input. We have not been contacted with an update. I am very concerned that this $69 million will not be allocated by December 31st and will need to be returned to the federal government. At least a word of acknowledgement would represent some form of respect and some form of intent. So I ask you, Mr. Schulte, where are we with ARPA funding?
To my knowledge, there has been some continuing conversations between members of the legislature and the county executive. What the final outcome or plan is, I have not seen an agreed upon solution yet. So I think they're still holding those conversations, and that's probably the extent of which I can kind of inform you to the extent of my knowledge of where we are in the process.
Now, when you use the word legislature, there are 9 of us up here. So are you referring to individuals? Because we know as a legislature, we have not been contacted.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I believe there are conversations occurring with members of the legislature and the county executive.
And those members would be, has anyone been contacted?
No.
No.
Yes.
See, I'm telling you the two factions.
I've had conversations with him about it.
Oh, thanks. So we just haven't received an update from our peers, nor an update from the county executive.
To my knowledge, there has not been a kind of a formalized, a general plan of agreement that I think would be comfortable that the county executive could recommend and that there would be a majority of the legislature that would accept. I think that's been the conversation for several months now.
And that's good to know because as I stated, part of my concern is that there have been no conversations, that it was a sign of total disrespect, and certainly did not lead us to believe that we were making progress. So my apologies to the county executive if he has been providing updates that we as a legislature have not been receiving. But again, if he is not communicating with the legislature who indicated their intent to have information by April the 30th, that still is of grave concern. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, so Fawn says, yes, it's ridiculous to the core. And yes, I agree. Like, as county executive, he is supposed to be the leader of the county. And it is his responsibility in order not to lead the county, but also to lead the county legislature. And so he should have been keeping the legislature privy to what was going on during his process in order to figure out how to utilize these ARPA funds. But I also want to say too is I agree with Donna on this because I would be frustrated too. But Donna also, we're going to get into it later on, but Donna also has some fault here on the whole ARPA process, okay? And we're going to get into that in the fall, okay? But also I want to reiterate is the county executive has made it clear to the legislature that his process is that he has to decide on what project he wants the ARPA funds to, be allocated to. Next, that there's a solicitation through an RFP process that's made publicly available. And then after that solicitation occurs and they choose, where these contracts are going to go to, then he goes to the legislature for the approval. So this is all speculation on my behalf, but I think what Frank White was probably thinking is like after he went through this process, that's when he's going to present this ultimate plan to the legislature. But that's just all speculation, conjecture on my side. Fawn states, it appears if you're not in the crowd, Frank White doesn't believe you should have input. How can they represent their district if they're left out? I mean, I don't know. But also what I do know, Fawn, is that I honestly, and this is just speculation on my side, I think that Frank White just wanted to spend everything on infrastructure. So that didn't even matter, you know, what district you were in. But I'm going to bring this document up really quickly because we have to continue, because we still have a lot to go through. But remember his veto that Frank White initiated in February, on February 8th, 2023, where basically he was going to give ARPA fund money to all of these groups here, you know, including the West Side Neighborhood Organization. And I bring up West Side because one of my biggest supporters, his name was Charlie Lona. Rest in peace. He passed away recently to me, because I feel his loss every day. But he was able to get into an agreement with Frank White to invest $1 million into the West Side neighborhood, which if you guys don't know, the West Side is a Hispanic neighborhood in Kansas City that's been disenfranchised for decades, okay? And Frank White was going to use this ARPA fund money, but this was all taken away essentially because of Manny Abarca, okay? And that's the sad thing. Like, all the ARPA funds, they were supposed to be allocated in the beginning of 2023, but Manny prevented that because it wasn't. Manny had no control over the distribution of the ARPA funds, and that's why this was all delayed. And this is my opinion. So, anyways, the next time that they discuss the ARPA funds is on July 8th, 2024, and Manny Abarca requests an update on the ARPA funds, and the county administrator, Troy Schulte, provides an update on which construction projects would be used for ARPA funds, but Troy Schulte basically states that there's nothing concrete. And
and I guess the next question is more along the lines of an ARPA discussion, and wanting to understand, are there deadlines that are upcoming related to the ARPA funds, or priorities that need to be set and established to the Treasury or anyone else?
And I'm pausing this here because Manny knows the deadlines. As we saw earlier, Troy Schulte explained to them early on what the deadlines were, and we all know that they could have gotten this information earlier, but I'm continuing.
The deadline, all the uncommitted ARPA funds have to be under contract by December 31st, 2024, or they are considered default, and we send them back to the federal government. So they have to have a valid contract by the end of the year.
But there's no requirement for plan submissions or anything like that at this point?
No, at this point, no, that I'm aware of.
And is there any proposals, RFPs, anything along those lines related to ARPA funding or proposed funding that will become ARPA funding in the future that's coming out of the administration at this point?
We have solicited, in an effort to procure, we have solicited a construction manager at risk for a variety of projects for this building and potentially 1300 Washington. It has contemplated that ARPA funds would be used for a portion of those projects, but again, ultimately would have to be any contract would have to come before the legislature for consideration and approval.
And what's the total amount for that?
At this point, it just lists the projects. The projects we estimate are at $36.4 million.
Okay, so then the next significant time that they discuss the ARPA funds is on August 5th, 2024. And this is the beginning of what I'm going to call the 50-50 compromise, okay? So the 50-50 compromise is ultimately what was passed on December 19th, 2024, which we're going to get into that. But the 50-50 compromise is that 50% of the ARPA funds would be used for infrastructure projects and 50% would be utilized for social services, like nonprofit corporation type of that nature. And I really want to stress with these people, to everyone, that the 50-50 compromise was kind of talked about early on, and we're going to get into October of 2024 when it was actually proposed and then taken down, okay? But this is on August 5th, 2024 is when we actually start hearing about this. So in this clip, Chief of Staff Caleb Clifford states that the county executive Frank White submitted to the legislature a letter on how he wishes to allocate the ARPA funds, and this is introduced as Resolution 21691.
So I understand there's been a last-minute addition for ARPA direction. Do you want to give us any direction on that, or what prompted that last-minute review, priorities within those funds, anything?
Legislator Barker, it's my understanding the county executive has sent a letter to the county legislature that provides his proposal for the broad outline of the allocation of the remaining ARPA funds. I think it is his intent to work with all the members of the legislature to come to hopefully a unanimous decision in regards to those funds and move forward with them as quickly as possible. Beyond that, I don't have any information at this time, but I'd be happy to look into it for you.
And that will be an add-on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, I mean, yeah, I see categories. I don't see priorities for funding within the category. So that's why I asked specifically about that.
It may be semantics, Legislator Barca, but I think our understanding would be the same, that these would be priorities or categories.
Okay, so you're avoiding the question. That's fine. So talk to me about 1300 Washington, because it seems that that's a priority for the county executive at great expense. And I mean, is he open to the idea of an alternative site? Is 1300 Washington the best site, the only site option available? We heard from somebody today from Oak Grove, who came out to great expense, got lost, and said basically this building isn't a good one to find for someone like her. So I just wonder why 1300 Washington, there's such a fixation there.
I appreciate that, Legislator Barca. As I'm sure you're aware, the facility that we're currently in, the downtown courthouse, has significant capital improvement needs that have not been addressed for years and decades, including accessibility, including safety and security issues. And whenever the facility was assessed by outside consultants, they determined that we were overusing the building and stressing it. And because of the ability or our inability to be able to flex staff and move operations around the building, it was going to make it much more expensive, if not impossible, to do those improvements to the facility. And so the recommendation was to reduce the strain on the facility and to find an alternative space for the county administrative functions, which are the different departments that are currently also co-locating within the courthouse. During the prior legislative session with your predecessors, we looked at other jurisdictions of our size and determined that there were few, if any, of our size in the country that co-located their court facilities with their administrative facilities. We looked around the area to see what facilities were currently open, and we were fortunate enough to find one and then also get legislative agreement for the purchase and for the rehabilitation of that facility. We are partway through that rehabilitation process, and it's my understanding that there currently is a solicitation on the streets for that rehabilitation that we hope to have finalized in the coming weeks, and we'll be able to bring back to the county legislature for your review.
That solicitation for how much?
I don't believe the solicitation is for an amount, sir. It's for the rehabilitation of the facility. The amount will be determined as we get bids back. Normally during our procurement processes, and the director of the procurement office could speak to this, we're asking for how much it would cost from the bidders, and we're telling them what we need done. We aren't telling them how much it would cost.
I believe the specifics of that indicate $50 million towards infrastructure projects at 1300 Washington, downtown, and there may be one other side, juvenile justice is my assumption. So I'm concerned that there's not an alignment. I've seen the solicitation, so I know it says that. So I just understand that there's this focus on 1300 Washington, and I understand that the administration believes that there's not a way to sell it if we decide to do that. Is that true? Is that there's concern about selling 1300 Washington if we choose to do that?
Legislator Barker, the federal rules require us to get federal approval before we would even consider selling it. And then if we were to sell it, the federal rules state that any funds received from that sale would then go back to the federal government. So the county would be at a loss not only for our purchase price, but any of the funds that we've invested into 1300 Washington, which could total over $10 million of loss to the county.
That's based upon who said that?
The federal rules that we must follow because these are
Now,
federal funds.
Which ones? Because there are many.
I cannot cite chapter and verse for you
Well,
right
here
now,
they
sir.
are, and they state that we sell the building, that we would allowed to do anything with those funds upon receipt of them after the fact from the Department of Treasury, who governs it. From the letter that several of us signed off on to request that information. So what you're telling folks is not exactly accurate according to the Department of Treasury. So that
I'm going to tell everyone here, take everything that you hear from Manny with a large tablespoon of salt, because Manny Abarca is not an attorney. He, I don't even really know his background besides that he was a legislative aide, which really anybody could be a legislative aide for. I mean, not anybody could be a legislative aide for Congressman Cleaver. What I'm saying is there's no educational requirement to become a legislative aide. So he has no legal background. He's never worked in a federal capacity before. And ultimately what the county councilor states later on is that his interpretation of what the federal rules are is wholly incorrect. And I need to give this disclaimer to all of my viewership, because he later on goes in multiple clips will try to explain what the law is and what codes are. But if you actually read through the law and read through the codes, it's always incorrect. And so I'm going to continue that just with that disclaimer.
That's why I inquired to that. So I'm gladly sharing a copy with you all, but that's inaccurate as well.
Legislator Barker, can I ask when that letter was received? I apologize, I'm not familiar with it.
Letter was received to whom?
When you received the response or the information from the Department of Treasury?
So you can receive a copy of it right here. The clerk has had it since it was received, so.
See, Manny never presented this letter to the chief of staff or to the county executive's office. And this is also typical of his behavior, where he will throw together legislation or propose amendments, or does something like strictly off the cuff, last minute, with no prior approval or no prior he doesn't have attorneys look over his documents before he does something, which in my opinion is negligent.
Surprised that you're surprised about the letter. It came from the White House Friday.
We'd be happy to take a look at it, but this is the first that I'm hearing of it, so I don't know what's in the information.
I just asked because I think it's important as we consider the potential sale of 1300 Washington, and if that is a fixture of what ARPA has to have included into it, it seems like you're creating a chaotic situation where you expect us to fight each other to get what you want to begin with. So it's just something that I want to make sure and truly understand. I share that completely with you all directly from the Department of Treasury through the White House that outlines our availabilities. It also in this letter says that we were required to submit our goals by the end of July, for which you all told us in the last weeks that there were no goals, there were no submission deadlines. However, Treasury specifically outlines that you were to give them something. What did you all give them?
Legislator Barker would be happy to look into this, but I believe that we have satisfied all the requirements and have fulfilled all of the reporting requirements through our finance department, but we'd be happy to look into it. Once again, if you would like us to have this information prepared for the meeting, if you'll let us know before the meeting, we'd be happy to have
You
that
can blame me
prepared.
on that. I try to read with the county executive 3 weeks in a row, and he's put me off for 2 weeks, canceled a meeting last week, and when I followed up directly with him via text and via email personally, he blew me off again. So you can say that, but the reality of your actions and your words differ. So that's why I'm very frustrated, and it's very difficult for me to share all this with colleagues when you're intentionally distracting and disseminating false information. I rest my time.
Also, one thing I want my audience to take note is Manny always uses the term the reality is. You know, he's like, the reality of the situation is, the reality is. And that, like, every time when he uses that, I know that he's saying a lie, in my opinion. Because when he goes, the reality is, and especially when it's about a legal matter, I always think to myself, like, I know that that's not true because I can look up the statute or the code, and the code says the exact opposite. So no, that's not what the reality is. But the reason why he says that's the reality is, in my opinion, it's a manipulation tactic to manipulate people that that's what the truth is, but it's not. So the next clip that I'm going to show, I'm going to tell you, it's a long clip, but the reason why I'm having these long clips is, like I said before, is I want this to be a true, not a true, but I want it to be a full accounting of everything, like the significant clips of what happened during this entire ARPA process. But in this specific clip right here, this is again going more specifically into the 50-50 compromise, and this is going to go into the resolution that I was talking about, which is 21691. And basically allocating 50%, around 50% of the funds to social programs and the other 50% to infrastructure programs. So specifically in this resolution, it would provide $28.5 million to community investment in health projects and $31.3 million to infrastructure projects. In this clip, this is when this is introduced, but also the other legislators are going to vent their frustrations with Frank White, that Frank White failed to collaborate with them.
(21691).
Expressing the intent of the legislature to work with the county executive to develop a plan to commit Federal American Rescue Plan, ARPA funds, and begin the required procurement process to ensure funds are under contract by the end of 2024, introduced by Jeannie Lauer, and this was an add-on. It was not on the printed agenda.
Legislature as a whole, and I believe we have an add-on.
That is the add-on. That was the add-on. Oh, do we have another add-on?
That was the add-on?
Can I inquire on that last one?
Hold on just a second.
So is this another add-on?
21691.
What is the resolution number?
21691. Yeah,
okay.
The one I just read.
Yeah. Okay. Legislator Barker.
Yeah, so I'm curious to know, and maybe this is the legislative the general counsel's clarity, what the difference between this is and the one that Legislator Payton authored in regards to our priority. I mean, I see this has specific funding measures, but that doesn't fix us to these funds, does it? It's just a recommendation that maybe we think about funding in these areas at this amount.
Are you asking the general counsel?
Yeah.
I think it speaks for itself. It's a legislative intent. So mean which one, what's the difference?
So as we have talked about before in terms of a resolution versus ordinance, if we intend to use it in this way, how is that different than an ordinance that would have budgeted the money in a different way? It seems non-consistent for us to, in a resolution, talk about budgeting when the money is unbudgeted at this point, which would require an ordinance action first.
Whitney Miller with the County Counselor's Office. This will still require further authorization to move forward in these directions. But this is the legislature sharing its intent, if it's adopted, with the county executive on a plan to move forward.
So, Mr. Schulte, would you explain the procurement process under a resolution?
Yeah, it would, if we can get consensus between the county executive and the county legislature on the allocations, then that would give direction for staff to begin the procurement process Legislator Barker's right. At some point, we'd have to come back before the funds were actually encumbered and appropriate the funds. So this resolution would start the procurement process. We would then come back with an appropriation ordinance and authorization of contracts at that time.
I guess, Madam Chairman, my fear with this is that we are locking ourselves as a legislature into a preconceived acceptance, particularly of disproportionate funding. I mean, we had a program last year that we all participated in at some degree that talked about at least $35 million appropriated to community-oriented funding.
Sorry, Manny's talking about the meetings that he had in November. Just FYI, that he had no that the unauthorized meetings that he had to allocate the ARPA funds that he had in November of 2023. Just FYI.
Which ultimately ended up to be 54, I think, of requests. And now we're looking at a program that my understanding is $25 million for community investment, but it still has our Healthy Jackson counties baked into here. So maybe that's actually 15 million or 20 million. There just doesn't seem to be enough information to even accept this framework as a functional way. If we want to have a discussion, let's go have it based upon Legislator Payton's previous resolution. This seems like it's an attempt to the administration to lock us into a negotiation tactic and accepting the numbers they're giving us. So I'm not going to be supportive of this at all.
I have a question.
Yes.
I thought we had more than 69 million.
Legislator, Mr. Schulte?
You have, you may remember the auditor last week saying there was $80 million in available funds as of the end of December of 2023. That includes contracts that are unspent. So our Healthy Jackson County, some other resources. So about $11 million was under contract by the law, by the federal regulations. That works. All you have to do is be under contract by the end of this year. So the existing contracts are good to go. So when you take the $80 million, you're at that $69.8 million, which is the available cash.
That's not how I added it.
Legislator Payton.
Thank you so much. I'm going to back up all the way to the beginning of our meeting. It was mentioned that it was the hope of the county executive that we work expeditiously to get this done, which I took great offense to, because it was the hope of this legislature that we would have a plan by the end of April. And not even being kept in the loop as a legislature, not receiving updates, not receiving any information until now, and we are to expeditiously, or the expectation is that we should work quickly to get this done. I am also concerned with several other things that would affect this. Number one being that, as I see this resolution, is a resolution that will commit us as a legislature to come together to have discussions. Not have discussions about what to do with ARPA funding, but to have discussions about what has been given to us. So that's of grave concern to me as well. So I would like to have clarity on the expectation, how we should view this, and what will help us to work together expeditiously to get this done. And my other concern is we never received, that I heard, let me say I never heard, I'm not gonna say we never received. I did not hear what we did to meet the qualifications that were requested regarding this funding by July 31st.
Legislator Payton, I want to make sure that I answer all your questions, and I'm not sure that I remember all of them, so please help me if I miss something. But I do believe it's the county executive's intent, and it's his hope that there is an open and honest discussion in regards to the use of ARPA funds, and that the allocation or the priorities that have been identified in Chair Lauer's resolution. I think the county executive is just saying that he is supportive of that allocation, but he wants to work with the legislature before moving forward and showing that we can work collectively on this. It'd be such a significant and important issues that are being addressed. with it, and and I know that the chair and others who have been part of those discussions, we're also factoring in input from other legislators that's been received either directly or through public discussion on the topic. And this was just a step to maybe update the legislature in regards to these areas, but also to make sure that we're including all legislators, so we're making it public, having those discussions moving forward also with the county executive and with your colleagues on the county legislature, and then finding the best process to move forward is, I think, the county executive's intent at this standpoint. But he's very open to other input, and I think that it's my understanding, at least from talking to him earlier today, that he has had some very productive conversations with you recently in regards to these funds, and that he's hopeful that he can find a solution that works for all members of the legislature, including yourself.
Not me, though.
Thank you very much. And my other questions in regards to July.
Absolutely. County staff have been assigned to ensure that we're meeting all those deadlines and obligations. And based upon the most recent report that I heard is that we submitted our annual report and that it was on time and that it was satisfactory to the Department of Treasury, as all the prior ones have been for the last few years. So there are staff and processes in place. We can get more information for you on that, but it's nothing out of the ordinary that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And maybe well, no. I am really concerned about our conversations and discussions based on what's been put before us. And as I understand from you today, that this is to be considered, for lack of a better term, somewhat of a blueprint that could help us and guide us in these conversations. Or am I to understand that this has been discussed, this is what we have placed before us, and this, as it is laid out, is what we're discussing? I just need to know how open we are for changing any of these, how open are we, and how much leniency we have in putting forth our considerations and they be actually considered. So if you could, is this how we're moving forward and we're commenting on this? I know that there's community funds that are available, but is this written in stone?
Legislator Payton, I want to be very careful not to step into legislative processes because obviously this legislature can decide how to handle each and every resolution that comes before it, whether that's amending, whether that's passing, or whether that's not. The county executive wanted to put his approval or support behind a plan to move forward to show that there was opportunity for that. I do believe that his letter and all the communications that he's had with legislators have asked for input and have asked for recommendations, and he is always open to what he likes to call a better idea. And so if there are better ideas, I know that he will be open to thinking about and looking for those solutions. But besides that, we also want to respect the legislative process and allow you all to have those discussions and those hearings and talk about the best use of those funds. We know that this is not a simple or easy decision, regardless of how some may portray it. These are extremely important matters that our community is facing. These are important needs that the county has from an infrastructure standpoint. And balancing those, there is no right answer. And I'm sure that if we are able to come to a resolution, everyone will feel a little bit like we didn't get exactly what we wanted. But that probably is just an indication that compromise had to happen, and it did happen to get it done.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Legislator Smith had.
From my standpoint, I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. Yeah. And not just with respect to ARPA funds, but with respect to, in general, collaboration and strategy on the part of the administration of waiting until things are urgent and it's a take it or leave it type proposition. I'm finding it repugnant to the idea of representative democracy as the legislative body responsible for the budget and funds of this county, that this is the consistent, repetitive tactic of this administration. It's embarrassing. I will offer that in the next 7 days, I will schedule a work session. I will invite the county executive and all my elected counterparts to come without any third parties and sit down and figure out how we can actually collaborate on something, because this is a repetitive process that we're seeing over and over again. We can properly notice it. We can do all the right things to be legal. The public's welcome to come and watch, but it just needs to be something that allows everybody to feel like they're participating. Because right now, we're 180 degrees from any sense of collaboration and teamwork. So that offer's out there. If you guys pick a day and time, I'll schedule it, and if somebody else wants to, that's fine, but I think that the way we've been doing this is just absolutely appalling.
Legislator Parker.
I would ask him if he was here, but he's not. How many votes on the legislature does the executive have? Maybe general counsel. He doesn't have a vote. Right. That's my point. So the reality that the executive is passing through his own wishes through the legislature, through a member of the legislature, is by virtue the empowerment that we all need to acknowledge the power that we deserve to have. Not the one that he respects. The reality is we make this decision with 6 votes if we have to prioritize, and it's their job to execute. That is the reality. Whether they think it or not, that is the truth. I will challenge the reality that it was suggested that $10 million is encumbered until December. Those contracts say October. They will expire and the money is to be returned from the contract in that moment. So there is a $10 million window there that it would be helpful to know when exactly, where the spend down schedule is for those, because we may find ourselves in the middle of October with $5 million from that fund that we have to then turn around and spend in 2 months. So I would love that schedule from the administration. The reality is, I keep hearing all legislators. I've invited all legislators. The county executive came last week and said, anyone can call me, reach out, I'm glad to meet with them. I did it 3 times in a row. I did it from the cell phone, I did it from email, I yelled out the window, from a box in a Fox. It doesn't matter. The reality is the executive is not here. He's not collaborating with all of us, at least me. I would love to know, raise your hand if he's collaborating with you, because it ain't me. Doesn't sound like it's Sean. Sounds like before this morning it wasn't Donna. You're smiling, Miss Sylvia, but the reality is this falls on you too as a CFO. You can't account for the ARPA money. You have no idea. It takes an auditor to do it. It is incredibly frustrating to sit here to be lectured by somebody who was not elected by anyone, who plays county executive in this building and outside in the public, cutting deals. The reality is,
Legislator Barker, let's tone it down.
it is embarrassing for the way that the administration operates. I welcome collaboration from my colleagues, because that's where the funding is going to be supported from. And if you all don't start answering the phone, I think a majority of us are going to figure out how not to fund your 1300 Washington.
Yeah, so basically, this is the email that they were talking about that the county executive sent to all the legislators about his plan on how to distribute the ARPA fund money. So in here, it basically says that, so he's basically putting these in buckets, okay? He's saying that there is going to be $25 million to community investment programs. And specifically in this letter, he's not really listing off specific nonprofit organizations. He just states in general, this is for small business loan program, older resident home repair program, etc., etc. The next, he was going to spend $3.5 million on public health. Then he was planning to spend $29.3 million on countywide improvements. And finally, he was going to spend $12 million on infrastructure, with a total ARPA fund allocation of $69 million, or $69,800,000. Okay, but the reason why I bring this up is that Frank White's initial plan was to give a significant portion of the money to community investments or social programs. Okay, I just want to put that out there because a lot of people there's been a lot of disinformation that he was going to spend 100% of the money on infrastructure, which I think that's what Frank White wanted to do. But at least on August 5th, 2024, he was willing to spend a significant portion of the money on community investment programs and public health programs as well. So, oh, one more thing too is I wanted to also show you guys the resolution that was proposed on this day, and this is from Jenny Laurel. This is resolution 21691, and basically, again, this is going through how there was going to be $25 million to community investment, $3.5 million to healthcare, $29.3 million to countywide improvements, and $12 million to infrastructure. And so this is roughly, it was going to be $28.5 million to community investment in healthcare, and roughly $41.3 million to infrastructure improvements, infrastructure and countywide improvements. So in this is the beginning of the 50-50 compromise. So the next clip I want to show you occurs on August 19th, 2024. Or actually, on August 19th, 2024. And this is also, this is a clip 7 minutes long, but I promise you that this is very important. The county administrator, Troy Schulte, is going to thoroughly give an explanation on the infrastructure projects and the ARPA projects process to Manny Abarca for the ARPA allocation. So he again is putting Manny on notice on how to properly distribute the ARPA funds within the rules that it dictates.
Something I happen to stumble into, I think more than anything, is this idea of a term and supply contractor for a general consultant or general contracting consultant. Does anyone want to give us some understanding of the perspective of the necessity, why now, why the bid docs reflect $50 million directed from ARPA?
What we are pursuing is a construction manager at risk. As you know, we have several projects that have been fully designed. The exterior, the jury room relocation, ground floor separation, and obviously 1300 Washington. So those projects are designed. The approach that we did and had anticipated that ARPA funds would be made available for them. So what we did was do a solicitation for a construction manager at risk that would be under a term and supply that, subject to approval by the legislature, acceptance by the, would be if there was a decision made to move forward with those projects per the ARPA and ARPA allocation, we could hand those to the contractor and they could then get under contract for those, again, subject to legislative approval, could get under contract before the end of the year. Construction wouldn't necessarily be complete, but we could get under contract by the end of the year.
Which projects are you looking at for that?
That is the exterior renovation of this building, the ADA accessibility, the jury room relocation from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, the ground floor separation, which is, if you've ever had the great joy of waiting outside while prisoners are brought into the building and we do the lockdown of the basement, that would separate that, so there would be a dedicated entrance for the detention center folks and county employees, and then the last project would be 1300 Washington.
Appreciate that. Many more questions, I guess. What is the rest of the process, I guess, for your selection, or what's next?
They will, I believe the next step is to try to, they'll continue evaluating the proposals based on the qualifications, and then price will bring a recommendation back for your consideration to select them, as a term and supply vendor for the county, and then subject to an eventual appropriation of funds, we would then potentially use that firm to be the constructor. Again, this only works if something is fully designed. So, and it's targeted more towards facilities, but it gives us another tool to say, here's a finite amount of money, and we need it constructed by such and such a date, or, and then use your ability to work with the designer to modify the project and get it timely delivered. So it's just a kind of a new tool that we have to accelerate construction.
For me, at least, I think it would be helpful to know these things in advance before the process starts and we get notified, but that's just me. Since we talked about ARPA, I was curious, it looked like there was a report that indicated $82,424,000.
So I'm going to stop right there. As I showed you in the clips before, Manny has known this. Okay, this has been explained to him on numerous occasions, but let's continue.
$1,000 in total with, I think, a $10 million encumbrance. So still around $72 million is what we're looking at, I think, right?
We're finalizing it, but I think the number is going to be at 70.4 million. We'll get you a letter once we get it finalized. We got the report today from finance, so it was 70.4 million is we think is unencumbered dollars.
What happens to the interest that's made off those dollars?
Those flow to the general fund. So those aren't earmarked. So those flow and by federal those were unrestricted dollars. So we put those in the general fund. So that was one of the reasons why we were able to, in the 2023 calendar year, was not as big of a hit in the general fund as we'd initially thought. So there was the interest earnings continue to go there.
About how much money is that? Do you know?
I want to say I think there was about 8 million of interest earnings in 2023.
Just a single year?
Yep.
And we've had it for what, 3 years?
Yeah, I think we got it in 21 or 22. Yeah, 21.
Thank you. Yield.
Legislator Smith.
Just kind of going back to the work at risk question, maybe more for the county counselor's office, but when I think of an at-risk contract, I recognize that, we haven't encumbered money specifically, but usually there's some associated liabilities. So as contractors start work at risk or contemplate work at risk, maybe they need access to our facilities and those kinds of things. Are we doing things that are exposing us to potential liability?
Now, the risk component is what you do. It is kind of they are given a finite amount of money, and they have to deliver the project or work with the designer to deliver. So the risk comes that if there's a cost overrun in the project, they bear the risk. They're under that contractual arrangement. They're provided the money up front and says you've got $5 million to construct this project. If they are unable to construct that project for less than say it comes in at 5.1 million, they're on the hook for that $100,000 in costs, not the county. So that's where that construction manager risk program.
So at no point are we as a county exposed to liability as a result of kind of this alternate contracting mechanism? Yep. Is that right?
It's counted for.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, I'm sorry, Legislator Payton.
In light of the projects that need to be done, the projects that are proposed to be done, how are we looking in regards to getting that work completed with our current responsible bidder ordinance?
Part of the requirement, obviously, was that any of the selected entities that would have to comply with the as currently written, the responsible bidder ordinance.
Thank you. And Attorney Whitney Miller, you had mentioned to us that we were very close to coming to some type of resolution, and that was what, 3 weeks ago? No, probably a month ago.
I presented a draft of the agreement. I presented a draft of some potential language, and I'm just waiting to hear back on any thoughts as to that draft.
And you've been waiting for how long, and who did that draft go to?
I believe it went to the group, the legislative subcommittee, we'll call it, that was created, which was Legislator Marshall, Legislator McGee, and I believe Legislator Anderson, if I remember correctly.
And they've had it for how long now?
I'm not sure.
Has it been more than a week?
Yeah, so this is another resolution that we're going to get into later.
Yeah, I haven't checked for it in the last week, to be honest, if it came in the last week.
But we do hope to have something reviewed and in place again.
Yeah.
In your words, shortly.
Yeah.
I don't know what shortly means because it seems like it's been a long time to me, but shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So after this meeting happens, and the reason why I showed this meeting is because they're going over the whole process of what they have to do in order to have the request for proposal process for construction projects, but what they have to do in order to issue these contracts out before the end of the year. Now, throughout September, there really isn't any significant ARPA meetings. But what significantly happens is between October 8th, 2024 and October 11th of 2024, the budget chair conducts 3 separate meetings for ARPA funds, okay? And only Jalen Anderson, Sean Smith, Megan Marshall, and Charlie Franklin attend these meetings, okay? Throughout all those days, those are the only ones that attend the meetings, okay? And a new resolution is created, and it's called 21736 for the passage of ARPA funds. So this is when we're getting into that 50-50 compromise again. Now, this is where it gets critical. This is the October 14th, 2024 meeting. We're first going to start with the budget hearings. And in these next 2 clips that I'm going to play, Megan Marshall presents a potential compromise between the county executive and the county legislature to where 50% goes to infrastructure and 50% goes to community projects.
We know of the expressed interest of our colleagues from the different resolutions that we have. And off to the right where it says proposed amendment is what is proposed in the substitute that we have in our committee. And so what you'll see is that when comparing these columns to one another, we're not far off on the things that we want to do.
Remember
for our
that, they're not
constituents.
far off.
And I think that my hope is that while we go through this and look through this either on our own or together in committee, that we see that there is a lot of room for collaboration and compromise in these variety of areas. I use the word compromise because I know it's not usually, I don't want us to use it as a weapon, but it is something that I think we can get a lot of stuff done, and we aren't too far from the finish line. I really believe that. And so, Mr. Chair, if you would be so inclined, I would like to move to accept this substitute, but I would, if it'd be allowable, maybe to open up for discussion prior to a motion, after the motion, however you see fit for this specific substitute.
I'm glad to have discussion amongst all the legislators.
We're going to get to the next clip.
Question for Legislator Marshall. I'm seeing, so in this kind of latest version, this proposed amendment has about 50% of the total ARPA funding going specifically to county infrastructure, and then you're reducing the kind of community investment stuff. Can you kind of offer your rationale for that approach? I know long ago I was like, just spend it all on infrastructure. We're $1 billion in deferred maintenance, right?
Yes.
And the concern was that
I
we
kind
wanted
of
to
agree with
prioritize
that
people
one.
over buildings. And I just kind of wanted to understand, you seem to be biasing toward county infrastructure, so I just wanted to understand your rationale.
Well, the rationale with adding additional funds to county infrastructure is really just around the mindset of we have to be able to chip away at everything a little bit at a time. And so I think that it's good governance that we do what we can to take care of the county itself, the county employees, county infrastructure, and things of that sort, because those are the things and tools that we use to invest in community and to continue doing what we do. And so I just had the mindset of, if we really take a look at what the county infrastructure, what the needs are as far as deferred maintenance, we will have an overall improvement on not only employee experience, but customer experience when they come to our buildings, and just their quality of work life. And so I know, I mean, just in reality, I know where a few of my colleagues stand on this administration building. I will say that, yes, that is in the proposed amendment. However, us as a legislative body, we have the latitude to carve that piece out and not hold everything else hostage with one item. And so I would really hope that we would just keep that in mind moving forward, that one thing should not stop or uphold everything else. Because I think if you extract that, a lot of these other areas, we have a common type interest. And so that was the mindset behind county infrastructure.
So the reason why this clip again is very important is this is October 14th, 2024, and this is about the 50-50 compromise again. This is roughly what they ultimately agreed to on December 19th, 2024, even though we're going to go get into that when we get there. But I really want to stress that this could have happened, this could have been passed way early on than what ultimately happened, which is the chaos that followed. And so the two clips that you saw, this was during the budget hearing, okay? And like you heard in the clips, is the county executive agreed to spend 50% on infrastructure and 50% on community improvement projects. But then in the next clip, which is on the same day, and this is, so we're away from the budget hearing, now we're at the full county legislature hearing. Manny Abarca discusses how undesignated fund money should be used instead of ARPA funds for infrastructure projects, which is insane, and I'm going to get into that. But this is the first clue that we have that Manny Abarca, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, Duran McGee, and Sean Smith had no intention to accept this compromise that was proposed, that we just saw, the 50-50 compromise.
The other question I had was around ARPA, and why was it the intent of the administration to use ARPA money over general fund money in the undesignated fund balance to repair certain county infrastructure issues?
Legislator Barker, I don't know that it was the intent of the administration. Talking to the Director of Public Works and then also hearing his testimony, he said it was necessary to fill that out to complete the form. However, as he noted and how it was discussed, it would be dependent upon the legislature's approval, so no funding, whether it be ARPA or undesignated fund balance or any new source of funding, could be used for these purposes without specific approval by the county legislature. So I don't think that there was a plan other than just to move the process along so that we could have these projects shovel ready and ready to go when a decision was made by the legislature.
You have foresight that I didn't even ask that question, but thanks for that clarity. But the justification for leveraging ARPA dollars specifically for improving the steps, for improving the first floor of the downtown Kansas City, Missouri courthouse, for improving 1300 Washington, there is an effort from the administration that's been vocalized at least to several members up here that we should use ARPA money over undesignated fund balance, the general fund. So that's the question.
I just want to make sure that I understand the question. The question is, what would be the benefit of using the ARPA funds over the undesignated fund balance? I just want to make sure.
Why is there preference, not benefit?
Absolutely. Thank you, Legislator Barca. So last week, I think that there were some financial opinions shared that were by Moody's, S&P, and some others of the county's financial situation. They note two major factors are consistent there. One is the large debt burden held by the county is a downward impact on the county's financial standing. However, the fund balance, the undesignated fund balance that, to the credit of the county legislature, has grown over the past few years, was a positive impact. So by keeping that undesignated fund balance at the levels that it's currently at or close to those levels, we, one, will improve our financial standing or maintain our financial standing to save tax dollars when we need to do debt issuances. But in addition to that, we can avoid having to use our insurance policy, which, as we've learned, especially with the significant flooding event of the downtown courthouse, by using it, our premiums will increase dramatically. But if we were able to have undesignated fund balance to cover those costs, or to cover costs of unprecedented legal judgments like we've seen out of the sheriff's office, the undesignated fund balance provides us with flexibility without damaging our credit rating, while also providing us with an option not to have to use our insurance, which would save us tax dollars and allow us to do more with less as a county.
So that sounds wonderful. I love that we have a $90 million credit balance, basically. But if we never use it to do any deferred maintenance and then therefore prevent us from actually having floods, then I'm not quite sure I understand it. So is there an obligation bond coming?
I'm just going to say this right here is Manny's suggestion to use the undesignated fund balance in order to do the infrastructure projects. Like, I'm a finance major. I'm a finance major from University of Kansas, okay? And then I went, or finance major, Chinese minor, and went and got my law degree, okay? The undesignated fund balance is usually used in order for us to have some sort of a fund for emergencies, right? So like what Caleb Clifford was explaining about, we have like legal judgments that we have to pay off that were unforeseen expenses. That's what we're going to use our undesignated fund balance on. It also, like Caleb Clifford said, it also will be used in order to increase our credit ratings because we have so much debt in this county. And I can make a whole separate video about, I hope that this doesn't happen, but I honestly believe that there's going to be a debt crisis, not just in Jackson County, but in the city of Kansas City as well, just because of the amount of debt that we take on and the lack of seriousness that we have in to pay off that type of debt, okay? But we have this undesignated fund in order to help with our credit rating. So if we need to take more debt in the future, we can use our credit rating in order to issue more debt. Or if we want to refinance our debt, like say if there's going to be a lower interest rate than the interest rate that we have right now, we can utilize the undesignated fund balance as a credit to show that, hey, we can pay off these things in order to refinance those debt payments. But also, if we had a catastrophic event of some kind, okay, we have that money that we could use in order to help remedy that event. And that's what the undesignated funds are supposed to be used. So Manny's bright idea, I know we watched a lot of clips, but in one of the clips it basically states that the county courthouse has around $1 billion worth of deferred maintenance projects, okay? $1 billion worth, okay? So Manny's suggestion into dipping into our undesignated fund balance of $90 million in order to do these infrastructure projects, for me, is irresponsible, and also it's completely ludicrous. But let's continue.
For the reason why we need good credit here, or are we just using the good credit so that we then can react to emergency response with good credit?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Legislator Barca. So there could be numerous different situations in which it would be advantageous to us. For example, as we move forward, if the Federal Reserve continues to lower interest rates, the additional funds that are in our undesignated fund balance would allow us to get a lower rate on a refinancing, which would provide even more savings opportunities for the county. And as a reminder, and I know that you're well aware and the other members of the legislature are well aware, but the County Capital Improvement Fund next year, for the first time in a handful of years, will not be available to the county to do the deferred maintenance that we've been doing for years, because those funds will be used for the debt service on the county jail. And so because of that, having the additional undesignated fund balance will allow us to still do some of the deferred maintenance projects that we were doing. It will improve the credit rating, or it'll at least maintain the credit rating of the county, and it will provide an option other than using our insurance, which in the end will ultimately cost the county more because of premium increases.
So there's $1 billion of deferred maintenance across all county facilities. And so far, the justification is that we'd like to have ample credit available. You've not committed to going to a general obligation bond or any type of bond to repair these deferred maintenance issues. So I'm not quite clear as to why ARPA over anything else outside of it's an available fund.
Beyond what I've already answered, Legislator Barca, I don't know that I'd be happy to repeat my answer again, but I just want to make sure that I'm being respectful of this body, but my answer
Sure.
is the same as it's been.
If that were the case, the county executive would be here. I'll rest my questioning there.
Thank you, Legislator.
Madam Chair.
Legislator.
Earlier, we asked about a couple of different contracts in our subcommittee meetings, one being the Fiddler contract, one being this construction manager at risk contract. And there appear to be maybe, subject to still further investigation, some areas where we maybe didn't follow our county code. And the question that I asked, but nobody from administration was here earlier to answer, was do we have a policy in place that says if somebody spends money without proper authorization, do we have a personnel policy in place that would specify any sort of disciplinary action?
Legislator Smith, Caleb Clifford, County Executive's Office. The answer to that is it depends upon the circumstances, but yes, our personnel rules, the county code, and state statutes all address that issue, just depending upon the facts and circumstances of each issue. As you could imagine, the difference between somebody going out there and just creating their own contract and paying themselves versus somebody who thought that they had authorization or thought they were following the policy and may have made an accidental error are significantly different. And those are just two examples on the spectrum of what could be potential circumstances. So I can't give you a specific answer based upon the lack of facts, but there are variable answers that could be to that question.
Okay. Could I ask you guys to provide me some sort of summary of what our policies and state statute would prescribe? I understand there's a myriad of possibilities, one being fraud, which is criminal, that you specified, another being just an administrative, maybe error, not understanding the rules. But I just love to understand if we already have those kinds of policies in place, or if perhaps we need to prescribe them as a legislative body.
Absolutely, Legislator Smith would be happy to work with you and get you the answers that you need.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments or questions?
So basically, the reason why I had the last bit in there with Sean Smith, and this is all speculation on my part, I think we're going into what's about to happen in November. The improper allocations by the Jackson County legislature, because at the end of the day, they did not follow the statutory guidelines in order to distribute the ARPA funds by getting the budget officer's permission, which is the county executive. But the next clip I'm going to show comes from the same meeting. This is on October 14th, 2024. And basically the budget chair, Jalen Anderson, this is him giving a final plea for the other legislators to come to a compromise in order to distribute the ARPA funds.
No, Madam Chairman.
Is there any unfinished business?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Legislator Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I welcome that the other resolution goes into budget. I would again ask my colleagues, like we had done last week, that we have another discussion about the changes that have been put forward in the resolution 21764 and the original resolution that was put forward in budget, that we have an open, honest conversation, that we can go through everything that has been discussed and what is new in this resolution. My office will be sending out an email or sent out an email already to make sure to figure out times that will work for the rest of the body so that we can have a conversation about the ARPA funds in the correct manner. I appreciate, again, everyone's work, but let's have a discussion about both resolutions together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Legislator Anderson. Is there any new business?
So this clearly shows that whatever happened between the budget meeting and then the full legislative meeting, that Jalen knew that this resolution, this compromise, wasn't ultimately going to be accepted. So the next significant meeting we have is October 21st, 2024. And in this clip, we have the budget chair again, Jalen Anderson. He is expressing frustration for the lack of compromise, and he reminds the legislature that in order for the ARPA funds to be allocated, the county executive would have to take the lead on the ordinance. But Manny Abarca then expresses his opinion that the infrastructure projects should be funded through the general fund, the undesignated balance, instead of using the ARPA fund money.
The end debate has failed. Legislator Anderson, you can continue.
Thank you. As we can tell, we don't like to discuss things because we like to just pass things without thought, but that's fine. But if we look at the numbers that the county administrators put forward to us today, is that it's $13 million just for those three issues that simply make the county better, considering ADA, considering making sure that the entrance downstairs is more safe for the individuals who work here, that it makes more sense to have the jury room down on the ground floor, because if any of you serve in the jury, you have to go up to a floor that hopefully the elevators are working. So what we're looking at here is $13 million, and what has been proposed is $12,200,000. So, and I understand the numbers may change, County Administrator, and I acknowledge that my colleague, Legislator McGee, has said. But if this holds, I still don't know where $3 million comes for the Public Health Department. Actually, I don't know how you pay for these out of this. And because of the discussions that have been, and there have been discussions, and let me just say, this shows people's true colors at the end of the day. If you think this has been an open process, let me tell you it has not. But the fact is, and neither was it last year either, as you can hear them. But the thing is that as we look at this, no, let's not try to fund anything for infrastructure. We'll just fund it a certain way. That's fine enough. But when we're looking at the programs that are being talked about, they don't want to actually pass this and get this done. It's all just to say we've done something at all. It was also mentioned that to talk with the county administrator. The county administrator, under the federal rules, does not decide if an ordinance comes before this body. The person who decides if an ordinance comes before this body to use the ARPA funds is the county administrator, county executive, and the county executive alone. This is how this works. But and again, I have my own concerns that the county executive is not here. I've talked to the county administrator myself, but let's be clear at the end of the day what's going on. Let's be honest that with this, with any discussion that may be going on, which if there has, more power to you. But the only way this works is if the county executive himself decide on pushing this forward and bringing in the different ordinances. That's how this works. I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Legislator Barker, go right ahead.
Just want to confirm, there's how much money again in the undesignated fund balance, the reserve fund, $90 million, roughly?
That's correct.
Net,
About 32
whatever.
million would be above minimum, absolute minimum.
So roughly 60 million-ish. And how traditionally have we dealt with deferred maintenance issues when we didn't have federal money?
Try to fit it into the budget or use of one-time resources. Bond issues occasionally if you got a way to repay the bonds.
Yeah, I mean, because I think even today in an earlier presentation, it was mentioned that we have another $200 million of deferred maintenance in parks, roughly, now netting a nearly $1 billion deferred maintenance budget for the entirety of the county. Not to suggest that these things that equate to more than $15 million, nor that the Public Health Department is important to fund this year out of this year's budget, but it hadn't been recommended by the very executive that we referenced here.
See, that's a lie. If we look back on the August, I believe it was like the August 4th or August 5th, 2023, in Frank White's plan, he was going to give public health $3.5 million. Let's continue.
I believe that we should fund response to a pandemic with emergency relief funds
with emergency relief funds and leave the remainder of the balance for deferred maintenance in ways that we can, as prices will fluctuate, to the general fund, where there is ample amount of resources to fund the remainder. I think there's a way to do both. I have been consistent about that, and here we are.
So, after this meeting, a week passes, and the next meeting that they specifically talk about the ARPA funds is on October 28th, 2024. And Frank White actually appears at this meeting, and he asks for a compromise, and he suggests increasing the $28 million allocation to community projects to $32 million in ARPA funds to community projects.
If you sent us a letter this afternoon, I wondered if you wanted to speak to that at all, or what exactly that intent was there.
Well, the intent was to come to some resolution to the spending of ARPA funds. There were 2 resolutions that were introduced, and so what I did was I went and looked at both resolutions, and I looked at everything that in those 2 resolutions that it seemed that we all agreed upon, and I put those in a separate resolution, and that's what I'm proposing. That's what I proposed to the legislature, that you guys would look at the $32.4 million that I was proposing to let you guys be able to allocate to the community by Christmas, if you would accept that proposal. That's what that letter's about.
So the ordinance that has been blocked by your administration, what's the intent for blocking it?
The intent is that we don't have an agreement.
I think a majority of us do, but so it's your intent if the majority of us passes it to veto that ordinance then?
I won't answer that right now, no.
Oh, okay. Well, perfect. I yield.
So this is when we get into the section that I label as the rebellion. And this is October 28th, 2024. The county legislature rebellion starts. So we kind of got this, we got this hint in this meeting, but basically, on this 28th meeting, but basically we got that hint that the 5 legislators, Manny Abarca, Daron McGee, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, and Sean Smith, that they have another plan to allocate these funds, and they're just going to see how that plan how that plan works out. So in the next clip I'm going to show you, Manny Abarca introduces a new ordinance, which is called 5895 and 5896, to appropriate the $70.4 million in ARPA funds and $40 million in the undesignated fund balance unilaterally, without the county executive's approval, without a fiscal note or a signature of legality from Brian Konvinsky, who's the county counselor. So these ordinances are already illegal, okay, at the jump, okay? Brian Konvinsky reminds the legislature that only funds that are recommended by the county executive are authorized to be allocated in accordance to the ARPA guidelines. Manny Abarca argues that the county legislature does have the authority to appropriate the ARPA dollars without the executive's approval. Now, when this happens, you guys sit back and you tell me what legal authority Manny or the other people are using here, because I'm telling you, there are in this meeting and in the other clips that I'm about to present to you, because the county counselor goes over the ordinances and the codes that showcases why this is legally improper. And for, like, as an attorney, for me, in order to rebut a suggestion that the county counselor is incorrect, then you need to show the ordinances or the codes that would allow your said behavior, or to show that the county counselor's interpretation of the language is incorrect. But none of that happens here.
Introduce, I'm assuming we give it an ordinance number at this point. Give that to Jay as well, please.
would be an ordinance appropriating $7.4 million from the undesignated fund balance of the 2024 American
Is this considered
Rescue
an
Plan
add-on?
funds. Yes.
This should have been done up at the
Madam
time.
Chair, was blocked
Again,
several times by the administration. through
this was
obstructive practices,
spontaneous.
Which is the reason why we're at this point bringing it to the floor. It was attempted as an add-on as well as submitted within a timely fashion and rejected based upon a fiscal note for the undesignated reason at this point. So again, I'd like to add it to the agenda. I assume we'd assign it a number as well.
You said it's an ordinance?
Yes.
So it would be 5895?
I'm sorry,
5895?
5895. All right, seeing no other business?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have an additional ordinance to be added. That would be an ordinance appropriating $40.2 million from the undesignated fund balance of the general fund. I assume that would be the ordinance immediately following.
5896.
Madam Chair, if I could bring up a discussion point on either of these two.
Let's discuss one first.
Okay.
5895.
Sure. Colleagues, I think this is obviously all but waiting to come to the floor at this point. The challenge of submission here is that the county executive's office has refused to issue a fiscal note stating the availability of the treasury for the ARPA fund at this point. I believe that in the ERLA process, thank you, in the ERLA process, the mechanism for which an ERLA shall be submitted is to navigate through the individualized systems. Each individual place check the box as to what their portion is, particularly finance. Providing a fiscal note is something that is whether or not there is money in the bank. We agreed today in the Health and Environment Committee from our from our finance department that there is obviously money in the bank equating to $70.4 million. However, the statement made by staff was that they were told not to allow a fiscal note to happen because it was not true to form. Questions were brought up about the legitimacy of our ability and power to appropriate, but again, happy to get into those details as needed. The reality is we do have that authority. There's no piece of legislation that comes to this body that states the county executive's name as a
The reality is
sponsor because we are the only ones who can represent and appropriate in this body. We are the legislators. We have the authority. The authority is vested both in the code, not the rules, and the charter. So, therefore, happy to defend such inquiries and so on and so forth. The intention of this ordinance specifically is to designate all of the funds and appropriate them officially before the deadline of December 31st. This is supposed to be mirrored with an additional allocation of an appropriation of $40.2 million from the general fund to supplement and accomplish an additional amount of work, particularly that stuff of what the county executive would like to get done. So without any further discussion, I'll leave it at that. Actually, Madam Chair, my apologies. This is a fiscal note here stating that these funds are available. I wanted to give that to the administration to see if
what Manny presents is not a fiscal note, okay? It's just like this. I don't have the document here to show you, but you just have to believe me. It's like some crazy printout that he has. It's not signed by anybody, but let's continue.
we can get that signed, seeing how we do know that there is ample $70.4 million from the ARPA fund available. I wanted to see, it's here, and I think we're missing a signature, which would designate that that is a reality that there is. That is the only one, because there's only one fiscal note that needs to be signed. So I would request that our budget officer or finance department sign off on this document to denote the reality that there are available funds, which is a mechanism of the process. Madam Chair, if we can get that signed.
note come from?
It's a piece of paper that designates the reality of where the money comes from in an ordinance.
No, where
And that it
where
is
was, who
available.
generated it? Okay. Well, I'm not the budget office, so I'm not signing it, so you'll have to find someone from the budget office to do that.
That's exactly the request, Madam Chair.
Mr. Kavinsky, do you have comment?
We'll review the proposed ordinances and make an opinion on that as well, to be consistent with our previous opinions. And, we previously have written one, and I submitted it at the Health and Environment Committee today, that the executive is the one that must recommend anything that is from the undesignated balance or from the ARPA funds to be submitted before it can be appropriated by the legislature after that. So I suspect, or I can make that available. It was back in June of 2020 when we were talking about the coronavirus and the funds from the federal government, but I assume this is going to apply as well to that.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Well,
I guess.
Legislator Barker.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that this letter from June of 2020, is in reference to the CARES Act. Just humor me if you will. Anyone working for Congress at 2022 at this point in time, please raise your hand. Oh, that was me.
As a legislative aid, okay? As a legislative aid, but let's continue.
The reality that the CARES Act dollars are more restrictive than the current ARPA is the reality. Why? Because Congress wanted to make it easier to appropriate the ARPA dollars than CARES because of all the challenges, particularly the challenge when the money went from the federal government to the state requested for by the county. Mr. Kavinsky, you also made a statement this morning that was interesting in which you said we made a request. Did we make a request to the Treasury Department to receive this money, or was it a direction? The money was directed to us, correct? ARPA funds. The money was designated in...
How is Kavinsky supposed to know their communications with the Treasury Department? But let's continue.
And specified to us because we were a first-class county. Specifically, one over 700,000, which was the term that we deemed in Congress at the time the necessary mark to directly allocate the money. Is that right? We just received a direct allocation.
We received two allocations totaling $136 million.
Right.
Directly from the federal government.
Directly from the federal government. Thank you. CARES and ARPA are dramatically different. And so that's, I think, an important designation. Speaking of which, this CARES memo that references 532 appropriation limitations, it references executive in the budget. Well, let me just read it. Appropriation limitations on...
He's reading something from the CARES Act, which is wholly separate from the American Rescue Plan Act. But let's continue. So these are two different laws, but he's referring to the CARES Act for his argument.
On the county legislature shall not increase the total appropriation from any fund as proposed by the county executive in the budget, so that the total appropriation shall not exceed 95% of the income and revenues as stated by the county executive in the budget. Is this income or revenue? Neither. Thank you. Moving on. So this letter from...
It's revenue. It's $136 million.
It was revenue that had been since budgeted.
It is no longer budgeted. By act of the legislature in 2023, it was removed from the budget and placed in the undesignated fund balance.
In the budget as a undesignated fund, correct. So, Mr. Jay Hayden on Thursday, February 9th of 2023 stated, here's what we discussed. Article 9, Section 26A of the Missouri Constitution provides, no county, city, incorporated town, or village, school district, or other political corporation of subdivision of the state shall become indebted in the amount exceeding in any year of the income and revenues provided for such year, plus unencumbered balances from previous years. Furthermore, he goes on to state, specifying the 532 appropriation limitations. And if we go back a little further, back to June 20th of 1991, this is to Claire McCaskill from the Jackson County Legislature at the time, from Thomas M. Larson. In reference to accountability of the county budget law, particularly, state statute 50.540.4, And it talks about the duty of appropriations, an emergency fund under the same statute. And it talks about section 532 of the county code applies only when the legislature seeks to increase an appropriation proposed by the county executive and does not constitute a general limitation that only 95% of the income and revenues estimated by the county executive can be appropriated. It goes on and further states.
Legislator Abarca, if you want to state a case, we can do that during hearings and so forth. Right now, you just want to.
I'm sorry, did they rebut the fact that we have the authority to recommend this? This is what I'm sharing with my colleagues because we're not going to accept it if not. So happy to submit all of this, but the reality is we do have the authority to allocate and appropriate these dollars.
Well, ordinance 58.
So basically, what Manny is arguing here through the various, like he references the taxation code in the Missouri Constitution. Don't ask me how I know that. Okay, like it's probably because of the tax debacle, but whatever. He references the like other like specific codes. It's true that the legislature can allocate funds from the undesignated balance for these initiatives, right? But that's not what the county executive's office is arguing. That's not what their argument is against their unilateral allocation. And I'm only speaking now to the allocations of the undesignated funds, not to the ARPA funds, okay? When it comes to the undesignated funds, the reason why the county executive's office doesn't want to use those funds is to essentially to keep their credit score rating high in order to eventually either refinance debts to refinance their debt to lock into a lower interest rate, or if an emergency happens, to be able to have funds on hand to use in order to pay off those new or unexpected debts, right? And so they feel that having the $90 million is in the long term in their best interest to have, right? Now, but when it comes to the ARPA funds, okay, everything that Manny said, in my opinion, is legally incorrect. And also with 5895 and 5896, it was stated here pretty quickly, but remember, they don't have a fiscal note, which is mandatory. Like, you're supposed to have a fiscal note that's signed for each of your ordinances, which didn't happen. They didn't have a signature from the county counselor's office that signifies that their bills are legal, okay, which is also another statutory requirement. So on face, these bills are illegal and improper, and there's no argument that you can get over that. Like, yeah, Manny can argue the budget people are not signing off on this note, which, yeah, that is underhanded, but I'm sorry, but the law is the law. The law is the law. You can't say, oh, because of this, now I'm doing this. It still makes your actions illegal, you know. If you had an issue with the budget office not signing off on a bill, there are other ways that you can do to circumvent that, but you did not try to do those methods. You just tried to pass illegal legislation, which is wholly wrong. But let's continue. The next clip I'm showing is on October 30th, 2024, okay? So they're having a special meeting on both these ordinances, the 5895 and the 5896. And the reason why they're having these special meetings is in order to pass these two ordinances through as fast as possible. Now remember, 5895 is the ordinance that specifically allocates. It's the ordinance that Manny proposed to specifically allocate the $70.4 million in the ways that he and the other four legislators, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, Sean Smith, and Deron McGee, wanted to, okay, without the county executive's approval. And the 5896 is using the undesignated fund balance, or $40 million of it, in order to use towards infrastructure projects. So in the October 30th, 2024 meeting, Manny Abarca introduces an amended version of 5895, right? Like this is off the rails, okay? An amended version of this bill, and Brian Convinci explains to the Jackson County Legislature that the passage of these ordinances are improper and illegal. Convinci explains that the ordinances do not have the recommendation of the budget officer, who is Frank White, and therefore would be improper and illegal. And like I also said, it doesn't have the fiscal note. It doesn't have it doesn't comply with the ARPA federal mandates, aka they don't have the county executive's permission or approval on the allocation of these funds. So on the federal face, it's improper, and also on the county state law county face, it's improper. But Manny Abarca did not believe that this is improper because of his understanding of the rules. Manny Abarca, Donna Payton, Deron McGee, Vanessa Husky, and Sean Smith vote to move these ordinances from budget committee to legislature as a whole in order to vote or in order to adopt / vote to make these ordinances into law.
Would you please go ahead and explain the changes?
Yeah, so the fiscal note had some incorrect codes from and to, and so they were corrected in accordance with the auditor's office, and it was updated, providing the schedule and a copy of the fiscal note attached.
Okay, before any other motions are made, I would ask, Mr. Kavinsky, you have sent out some information regarding ordinance 5895 and 5896. Would you please explain your legal opinion on these ordinances?
Sure. It's somewhat, we basically reviewed it based on the Jackson County Code and with the state statutes on these matters. And we basically believe that passage of these ordinances would be improper and illegal according to the code and to the statutes, because to appropriate money out of the undesignated fund balance or to appropriate money from the ARPA funds, it must be recommended from the budget officer. And that's in essence through previous opinions that we've made and through the statutes that were listed. We also included language from the audit that was done from the state auditor's office from 2020 of Jackson County, in which they also explained that to do undesignated fund balances, you must follow the same budget process as was done for the regular budget.
So passage of these ordinances under the opinion that you have and provided the legal opinion that you provided would mean what?
Well, in effect, we're just saying that it's inappropriate. They weren't done correctly, and they're not followed the legal procedure that has been developed here in Jackson County and in the state of the legislature and the state of Missouri. So I do not believe they would be improper or illegal. Yes.
Legislator Payton.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you for providing us with this opinion. And you mentioned in your dialogue that this was also an opinion that involved ARPA. I did not see that wording in your written opinion because we do know that these are unencumbered funds and new funds, but when you were talking, you mentioned ARPA, but in your opinion, and it may be in there, maybe I missed it, but in your opinion, you didn't mention ARPA.
Brian Kavinsky is going to explain this, but I just want to show this to you guys before. This is Brian Kavinsky's opinion right here. And if you read this, the first line on the read part, it says, legal issues raised by proposed ordinances 5895 and 5896 related to the distribution of ARPA funds, right? Not only that, but in the first paragraph, it states, this memorandum is written to address the legal concerns with the proposed ordinances 5895 and 5896, which attempt, if adopted, to appropriate money from the undesignated fund balances of the general fund and the American Rescue Plan Fund, right? So in those two instances, in the title and in the first paragraph, it mentions ARPA funds, and so I say that because it's like I don't know if Donna really did read this legal opinion, okay? And I say that because she's going to come out anti against Brian Kavinsky's opinion, and it's just kind of like, why? Why are you anti this? Because there's other things going on behind the scenes, okay? In my opinion, Donna might have read it. She didn't fully grasp the legal opinion. She did not believe in Brian Kavinsky as an attorney, okay? She doesn't trust Brian Kavinsky. And she didn't even go to other legal counsel or other members who are lawyers or who have background in reading and interpreting legal opinions to really ask them to break this down, to explain this for her. Instead, she just tries to question Brian Kavinsky about his legal opinion and tell him that he's wrong. But let's continue this. And that's for me, like, it just shows like the dysfunction of this county legislature, and also the lack of trust for them to trust what the attorneys are saying, which for me is crazy.
The written opinion does mention ARPA in here. The first issue, it's right there on the first page, is with the transfers proposed in ordinance 5895, is that the ARPA fund has not been appropriated.
It didn't mention it as, let me back up a little bit. So the legal opinion was conflicting to me.
It was, excuse me?
It was conflicting to me.
Okay.
Because on one hand, you were talking about funds from the undesignated fund balance and funds that are part of what is budgeted, and funds that are not new. So you mentioned funds that are new, funds that are not new, and when you talk about the first issue of ARPA, which didn't follow this process, I don't know, it's just conflicting to me. Okay. And that's to me. I certainly appreciate that you guys are attorneys. You have been to school, and I'm glad you're here to work for both sides, the legislative side and the administration side. So if you could just explain that a little bit more, what is the difference for me, everybody else may know this, between the ARPA money that was spent previously and the ARPA funds in regards to them not being new revenue?
Honestly, and we're going to briefly cover Brian Kavinsky's opinion, I really do not believe that Donna read this opinion, because it really doesn't go over that. Okay, so let's just continue.
Mm-hmm. So the undesignated fund balance is not in the budget that was done at the beginning of the year. So that's an amount of money that was not initially put in there. And just as the auditor wrote, to allow that, to take that money out, it would have to follow the same budget process that was done from the beginning, which entails the budget director recommending it to you as well. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but it seems conflicting to me because we're going to go through an ARPA process that is not in line with the budget process. And maybe that's where I'm getting confused. You're saying this legal opinion, and keep in mind, this is me. The legal opinion says that it has to go through the budgeting process. But we know that previous ARPA spending did not go through this process that's mentioned. And we know that ARPA is new revenue. It wasn't allocated. So to me, it negates our ability to allocate ARPA funding at all if we don't have public hearings, if we don't go through a budget process.
And I think that's how that was spent previously, was there was recommendations made and it was appropriate or estimated from when the new revenue came in. And that's why we referred to the previous opinions when we had under the CARES Act that money. It's the same process.
Well, is it really, the CARES Act and ARPA, is it really the same process?
Yes, if you do not go through the budget process, then to use the money, it still needs to be estimated by the budget director. That's what multiple legal positions were taken previously from my office. It's the same position that the auditor's taken, and it's basically what the statutes are also saying, and that's consistent with what I said on Monday as well.
And yes, it is consistent with what you said on Monday, but is it consistent in what actually happened?
if I need to look up the old legislation to show as much, we can do so. I don't have it with me right here.
Well, yeah, that would be nice because it would help solidify your opinion, your legal opinion, because we know that it is repeated, it has been repeated, and it just helps to solidify that to me because
This is so condescending because I can tell that Donna did not read, like, she did not she did not understand Brian Kavinsky's legal opinion. And so for her to like try to lecture Brian Kavinsky over this, and I say that, and we'll briefly cover his legal opinion and the topics that he presents over it. It's just very condescending. But let's continue.
right now, to me, it seems like we're looking at CARES Act, we're looking at the budget. It's like we're pulling at strings to make this not happen. But what has happened to me in this legal opinion is that you've also tied the hands of administration in not going through the budget process. But that's just me. I'm going to go ahead and move on. Thank you, Brian. Attorney Kavinsky, thank you so much.
I'll try to follow up with you as well
Okay.
after this.
Madam Chair.
Legislator Barker.
I don't know that we want to go too much down this rabbit hole because there is a disagreement in the intent here broadly. It is clear that the administration wants to not do this, and that's fine. But just to cure some things that are brought up. So Mr. Kavinsky, we added how much money back to your budget after stripping it to the undesignated fund balance for additional contracts? Do you recall, and do you remember the process in which we took there?
Well, I think there was a recommendation made and there was an agreement to put it back in.
What was the process, though? It was legislation by ordinance adding an additional budget amendment after the budgeting process, correct?
Yeah, I think they.
Okay, well, that's the perfect point. So thank you for explaining to me how you can move money from the undesignated fund balance of a fund back into your budget after.
Intergovernmental processes are different than intragovernmental processes, but let's continue.
After the fiscal year end of 2 months, because that's what occurred. So that point is moot because we do it constantly. So next question, as it pertains to it being unbudgeted, this is the budget book. There's ARPA. I'm confused as to how it being in this book means it was unbudgeted. Now, it is unrecognized as revenue, but it is also in the budget book as the undesignated fund balance. So that doesn't make much sense either. Now, your point, of which I decide maybe, hey, I do agree with the reality of Chapter 50, Resmo, title, county finances, blah, 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 blah. The end of that refers to a state of emergency. Mr. Kavinsky, 3 weeks ago, did you state to us that we are still in a state of emergency? So even if this were true.
You're conflating some issues here right now because emergencies are not the same as undesignated fund balance.
Where did we take the state of emergency money from before? The undesignated fund balance.
And that was because the county executive had declared a state We of used the emergency. contingent appropriation, which is an appropriated fund.
Mm-hmm. In what?
In the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
But it was appropriated, the 3% contingent appropriation is appropriated funds.
Okay. Additionally, final question, Madam Chair. The President of the United States, does he have the ultimate authority to budget Congress? I'm curious.
Manny is now using, in his argumentation, federal rules, okay, to give credence to his point that he is following the county codes and Missouri state law, which this is just insane. But let's continue.
Civics question.
A civics question.
No. Congress budgets. Equally, the federal system is what we're mirrored off of. Why in the world would the county executive of Jackson County have more authority than the President of the United States?
This is nuts. Manny is conflating the President of the United States with the county executive, which is nuts. But let's continue.
Where's the balance of government if not for the justification that we have supremacy over the appropriations process, as it states in our county charter, not the rules? Okay. I rest my opinion here on this situation. It is clear and evident the administration does not want to allocate
this money unless we are extorted to give $21 million to 1300 Washington.
A bill that you proposed to happen in July of 2023. And I just want to note for my viewers is that the reason why the county councilor, the county administrators, they're not responding is because what Manny says is absolutely ludicrous.
That reality, I don't think is going to happen. So here we are in this efforts. I'd encourage my colleagues to support this as well as the other ordinances.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, so after this happens, Manny Abarca, Donna Payton, Daron McGee, and Vanessa Husky, and Sean Smith, they vote to move the 5895 and 5896 ordinances from Budget Committee to Legislature as a whole. Now, let's look at Brian Konvinsky's legal opinion quickly. So here again is the legal opinion. And so I'm going to first look at these titles. So it's like our ordinances 5895 and 5896, if adopted in compliance with Chapter 50 of RSMO, which specifically goes into the authority that how the county commission needs the authority of a budget officer, essentially. And so right here in the middle is that specific ordinance, which is 50.630, where it says the county commission may authorize a transfer within the same fund of any unencumbered appropriation balance or any portion thereof from one spending agency under its jurisdiction to another, but this action shall be taken only on the recommendation of the budget officer and only during the last 2 months of the fiscal year, except that transfers from the emergency fund may be made at any time in the matter therein are herein provided. And the budget officer, pursuant to our county charter, is Frank White. So this is basically stating that you can only move these funds if Frank White tells you to, which is what they've been saying the entire time. The next section of this ordinance, of this opinion, basically asks if it's in compliance with County Code sections 531 and 532, which specifically goes into the whole discussions with the revenues, and this is specifically about using the undesignated fund balance in order to use these for infrastructure projects, and basically. In this opinion, the county councilor states that, hold on a second. In a June 20th, 1991 legal opinion, the question is asked, does Section 532 of the County Code limit the county's budget and charter requires the county executive appoint a budget officer who shall have all the powers and duties prescribed as the law is. The county executive, Troy Schulte, was appointed to be the budget officer of Jackson County. The budget officer has not recommended these transfers. So, actually, let me back that up. I guess Troy Schulte now is the budget officer, which Troy Schulte's position is really questionable. He's a county administrator, which was a created position, so I guess he assumed the budget officer's permissions. But basically, they're saying that since they don't have Troy or they don't have Frank White's approval, they can't do what they're trying to do right now. And on this section, they're basically going over the auditor's report about how they were improperly utilizing funds back in 2019, and how they're trying to comply with the county code right now. And so I'm going to read the conclusion paragraph. It says that the appropriation of funds by the legislature via proposed ordinances 5895 and 5896 would violate Jackson County Code Chapter 5 and Chapter 50, And due to the urgent need for this review of the proposed ordinances 5895 and 5896, this opinion may not capture all the legal concerns or all facets of the legality of the proposed ordinances. The county council reserves the right to supplement this opinion in the future if needed. This is basically Brian Kavinsky's argument as to why he did not sign off on these two ordinances, which there is a specific county code that specifically requires all of the ordinances to be signed off by the county councilor in order to signify that what they're doing is legal, which this does not have. So the next clip is a November 4th, 2024, and this is the meeting where the legislature are discussing about the final passage of Ordinance 5895 and 5896. So, I basically have specific clips on this meeting, but one thing I want to point out, and this is a clip that I don't have because this is just a procedural thing, but Manny Abarca, he made a motion to suspend the rules to pass 5895 and 5896 because of the fact that these ordinances did not have a fiscal note or the signature from the county councilor, and therefore, in regards to the rules, these ordinances on face were illegal, and so they were unable to pass these ordinances. So what Manny does is he makes a motion to suspend the rules, to say, you know what, we don't need to follow those rules. We're just going to pass that. And so he makes the motion to suspend the rules. The motion to suspend the rules passes, and they're able to pass these two ordinances with a 5-4 split. So, but the clips that I'm going to show you today is basically, this is a specific clip from Donna Payton, where she admits that the public hearings that were conducted by Manny Abarca, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, and Deron McGee were misleading. And this is because they were unauthorized due to the fact that they did not have Frank White's permission. Now, these hearings were the hearings that they had with the nonprofit organizations and with municipalities and other people about distributing the ARPA funds. Then Jalen Anderson tells the other legislators that they need the county executive Frank White's authorization to distribute the ARPA funds. Both ordinances, so 5895 and 5896, are passed 5-3-1, with Manny Abarca, Sean Smith, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, and Deron McGee voting to approve these ordinances.
A moment. I
Thank
might
you.
come back to that.
Okay, thank you. Legislator Payton, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to point out that we had a substantial amount of information from the people that participated in the public hearing. And I in no way want to negate what they said, what they brought to the table, how they passionately presented their needs. And one of the resounding points that they made was that they went through a process in 2023. No one ever contacted them. No one ever said anything other than mislead them, and that was us. That was on us. Now, I know that in January, the process took on a different tone, took on a different persona. But what I want to point to is the voices of those people that spoke today. I want to point to our need to remember that we are public servants. There are certain things that we have collaborated on. I think we've made much progress, and I am looking forward to us in being able to work to bring this home, to allocate these funds, and to keep in mind those voices of the people that we serve, those organizations, the businesses that have been adversely affected by the pandemic and are still hurting, still need funds. And I just ask that we remember those voices and are making our decisions. Thank you.
Remember those voices.
Legislator Anderson, did you still have something to add?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I appreciate the sentiment of wanting to work together now, but not before. And I want to make this very clear about a few things that you've heard. Because when we mentioned St. Louis County also has a county executive. The difference between their process and our process is that the county executive, Sam Page, worked with the county council, and the county council worked with the county executive. It was agreed to by both branches of government. That is the difference. Because the fact of the matter is, when they had the same rules as us, you had to work with both branches to get something done. Again, this is something that I've mentioned several times before. We had passed all of the recovery funds and over $65 million of ARPA funds before this time. The voices that were mentioned today, I truly understand the process that you went through. But the challenge is that we still cannot, as much as it wants to be said, yes, we are the legislature, but the county executive is still another part of this government. And when we are discussing these things, when we point to St. Louis, there still has to be a collaboration, which was done by my colleagues over in St. Louis. I remember when the ARPA funds first came in, the county executive, myself and others talked with Sam Page and the county council over there about how their process was. That was why we were able to get the $65 million out in less than a year and a half. That was our focus. That's why we did it. We laid out what was legal and what was not. Now, the discussion, of course, today has been that the process that this is completely legal, and they're fine to their opinion, which is fine. But the fact of the matter is, you have to ask yourself at the end of the day, because this is all open to public discussion, it's all been there. You can go and look on St. Louis County's website when they talked about the ARPA funds. What was included there? Sam Page, the county executive. What's different here? Nothing of that sort. The other question that I think is quite something is that if we're talking about the pettiness aspect of it, and the pettiness aspect of it, we still had 4 meetings, and if I'm correct, I appreciate Legislator Smith and Legislator McGee showed up for the first one, and Legislator Payton showed up for one. But there were folks that were there the entire time for all of those, and that's Legislator Franklin and the chairwoman today. We had 4 of those. We had 4. It was even a discussion to have the workshop. We still had 4 of those. They were over 2.5 hours long. Would have been longer, but I wasn't in the process of trying to make sure that we're going to waste everybody's time when nothing was going to be said. So the fact is that we have this conversation today. The fact is we try to figure out what will these monies do. Because right now, I will say, the majority has the votes to pass this ordinance today. And what will happen next is then they'll bring in the county executive and why won't you accept our bill? But of course, the bill that has nothing to do with the county executive or anything with his office or any discussions with the county executive because of this ordinance. So they're going to say the county executive, who has no input on this piece of legislation they're proposing today, which will pass, why won't you go ahead with this? It's what the people want. So they will then say to you all that by email that you go ahead and contact the county executive and you tell him that you want that money. But remember this, though, as you think about your businesses and organizations, because as somebody who worked in a foundation that I had to truly understand backwards and forwards, I could not get my superiors to do a thing if they had not read something or agreed to something. The key thing is St. Louis couldn't have done anything if they had not gotten their county executive to agree or if they got their county council to agree. Think about that as we move forward. And let's say that this goes through and everything works out fine. Let's say all of this that apparently that this can just happen all of a sudden. This is what my greatest worry is. And some will probably say that I'm trying to fearmonger, whatever it is that folks will come up with today. I want you to imagine this. If, let's just say, if perchance, because I've been told I've been wrong enough more than I think I could count. But let's just say I'm right. Your organizations get this money. And what happens when the federal government says that money was handed out incorrectly? You have to think about that. You have to think about this. But if I'm wrong, wrong. But after talking with the Treasury Department for over 3.5 hours in my office with my legislative aide, when talking with the individuals about how the RFP process has to be done, because let me also say, RFP process, the difference between, because as we've referenced St. Louis County, the difference is through their RFP process, who was working with the county council, who was working with the county executive? The opposite ends of government, because they knew they had to get this money out. So just be sure. And again, I know you've all come here and I know the stresses of it. I was there with you when we went through COVID in the first aspect of this. I was there when the recovery funds, and we had to function, though, on the basis of that we had to use every single dollar of our savings to make sure that the county could function. I understand that. I understand when the recovery funds first came in and we had 800 people dying a week. I understand that. I understand when the $136 million came in and we had to get $65 million out because we had death after death after death, and we did all that we could to make sure those vaccinations were here in the county, that we made sure university health could still function, that we made sure that PPE was still provided, that we still made sure that we were keeping 6 feet apart, and just hope to God that finally, after all that discussion, we were able to say, you know what, children can get COVID. But we had to fight about it. Everything has caused a fight. But here we are now, and again, whatever happens, happens today. But the fact of the matter is, if we're going to compare ourselves, if we're going to talk about the voices, then let's lay it all out there on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So 10 days after this hearing occurs, Frank White then vetoes ordinances 5895 and 5896. Basically stating the same reasons that the county councilor and that his chief of staff has been what they've been stating all the time, that it's that it was improper, that it was illegal, etc., etc. But in here he has his 5 key issues, 5895 and 5896, on why he did not pass them. First issue is he says that collaborative agreement on appropriation is essential, which basically goes into the fact that the legislature is trying to unilaterally distribute these funds, which is kind of rich because that's what he was trying to quasi do several months ago, because he didn't allow the other 5 legislators in on these meetings on how to distribute the funds. There wasn't no collaboration until August, September, October. But he is right here that when it came to 5895 and 5896, these 5 legislators were basically doing the same thing that he did to them earlier this year, which was to leave him in the dark out of this process. The second, he said the need for transparency and responsibility. I'm just going to leave it there because also Frank White wasn't transparent with his actions, but this is what he's arguing. Third, financial stability must be a priority. This is his argument about the undesignated funds and how they have to have some sort of they have to have a robust rainy day fund or an emergency fund in order to be able to as a sense of responsibility to be able to not only to account for unexpected debts or bills, but also to be able to refinance certain loans if we have low interest rates again. Unprecedented expansion of legislative budget control, which he's basically talking about how they're trying to allocate these $70 million unilaterally again, and commitment to thoughtful long-term solutions. So those are his 5 arguments on why he vetoed these bills. Which, I agree with him on the veto on the legal side, but Frank White's 5 reasons are hypocritical when you're looking at this whole entire situation as a whole, because in 2023 and 2024 up to August, he did leave out these legislators from the process. And when I say these legislators, I mean Manny Abarca, Daron McGee, Donna Pate, and Vanessa Husky. I'm unsure about Sean Smith, but I believe he was also let out of the process as well. But anyways, so the veto happens, and so the next significant legislative meeting occurs on November 18th, 2024. And basically, in this clip that I'm about to show you, Chairwoman Jeannie Laurel introduces Resolution 21811, and this is basically, again, Frank White's compromise of utilizing 50% of the funds towards infrastructure projects and 50% of the funds towards community improvements, that suggests implementing an allocation methodology for allocating the $70.4 million ARPA funds, and states that a meeting will happen on November 20th, 2024 to pass the resolution in order for the proper procurement process of ARPA funds to proceed and to be implemented before the December 31st, 2024 deadline. So this meeting that is going to happen on November 20th, 2024 is kind of like their olive branch to the other 5 legislators, being like, hey, we know that you can't overcome this veto, but let's try to just work it out in this meeting. So this is a clip that explains that.
So just to make sure that I'm clear, the deadline for procurement is when again?
We realistically have to have, if we're going to do our normal procurement, give agencies 3 weeks to respond. We have to get the RFPs out probably next week. So we need to, and then I will probably also be asking you for special meetings in late December to come back and approve the appropriation of funds and authorize the contracts. So there's a lot of work to meet that schedule.
A lot of work.
So the sooner the better.
Yes. Yes.
And please help me understand again, the difference in this portion of legislation is this is an ordinance. Can somebody from the General Counsel's office tell me the difference between an ordinance and a resolution?
It's elastic nature. The resolutions are more short-term or based on the individual circumstance of the resolution.
I thought is the resolution not intended will and not a directed action? Is that not the same?
I'm not sure I'm following what you're saying.
I think there's a misconception maybe that resolutions are non-binding and ordinances are binding. It's more that there are certain tasks legally that are done by resolution and certain ones that are done by ordinance. So you can have non-binding resolutions, certainly, whereas you can't have a non-binding ordinance, but you can certainly have binding resolutions as well.
And how does one tell the difference between one or the other?
I just know that there's certain statutes require certain things to be an ordinance, and there's a list of about 9 or 10 things, and then pretty much everything else is generally a resolution.
Well, the reason I ask is because there's this make-believe land that says a resolution can dictate moving money from a budget of undesignated funds to one of not, specific to why this ordinance removed things from one budget of undesignated fund to other budget lines, so that you can account for, I think in accordance with our previous state auditor's recommendation, and registering those within certain categories for them to be dispersed. Now, a resolution
doesn't do that. So I'm kind of confused as to how the money can actually be moved, even if it's intended, because there's not an authorization to move said money from undesignated fund to any fund. So if somebody can explain that to me, maybe Mr. Auditor, I don't know if there's anything that you can add there, and if I'm off base of that. Because I believe there was some statement that says a resolution, or in terms of disbursement, I think that was actually in a veto message itself about the process for which we can disperse, and a resolution was not one of them. So I'm confused as to how, if this is the deadline, that we can do anything other than pass this ordinance. Because a resolution is not enough, is the point. Okay. Well, in that case, I would encourage my colleagues to see the only option available for us if we are meeting this prudent deadline that is facing us by next week, to pass the only ordinance that has actual appropriation ability, dictation in accordance to both law as well as the process of the Missouri auditor suggested in our previous audit. So with that, I would say let's move to a vote.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? And this is to override ordinance 589.
This is the override Frank White's veto.
Yeah. Anderson?
No.
Peyton?
Yes.
Marshall?
No.
Abarca?
Yes.
Husky?
Yes.
Franklin? McGee?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Lauer?
No.
5 yes, 4 no.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to change my vote to no.
This is wild. So Manny then changes his vote from yes to no, basically agreeing to Frank White's veto override of his own ordinance. Okay, so not only did he vote against his own sponsored legislation to give 1300 Washington and other infrastructure projects $23 million in 2023, but then he also votes to, and when he overturns, so he's agreeing with Frank White that his veto of 5895 and 5896 was improper. You can't make this up. So basically the veto is upheld, meaning that 5895 and 5896, they're basically eliminated. So they're not put into law. And so they have this November 20th, 2024 meeting. And this was supposed to be their olive branch meeting, to be like, hey, let's have this meeting. Let's discuss the ARPA funds. Let's discuss the allocations so we can make these allocations before the end of the year. But what happens is that they, and when I say they, 5 legislators decide to no-show during this meeting. And here's the document that they provided when they went and no-showed. And so it's basically Manny Abarca, Sean Smith, Vanessa Husky, Donna Payton, and Duran McGee. They decided that instead of having this public hearing to finally resolve their tensions to try to come to some sort of agreement in the allocation of these ARPA dollars, they decided, you know what? We're not going to show up to this meeting. We're just going to boycott because, who cares about us doing our jobs? Now, that's a very severe statement that I'm saying right now, but I have to say this. As an attorney, if I have a hearing date, I can't no-show to that. I'm legally obligated to attend those hearings. And so for them, and especially when $70.4 million is on the line to do this, is irresponsible and extremely, and when I say extremely, I mean gross negligent. So here is the clip of, I have 2 clips from that meeting. And here's a first clip of Frank White basically discussing about their no-show.
Madam Chair, good morning. Thank you all for showing up this morning. I really believe that as elected officials, We don't have the option of not showing up to vote. I know I've gotten a lot of criticism for not showing up, but these are not my meetings, and I don't have a vote in these meetings. But I do make sure that we have people here that can answer the questions of the legislature. But as elected legislators who passes laws for this county, there's no option of not showing up. You have to show up.
With 74 million.
And I want to commend all of you guys for collaborating, for working hard to get us to this day, and giving us something that we could vote on that could move these things forward. I know you'll get a lot of comments about, well, you know, they didn't meet with me, they didn't meet with me. We met with everybody. And we just want to make that clear. We engage every legislator on this project, and that's how we're going to deal with these funds. But I really feel that the reason that these legislators haven't shown today is because they're just not getting their way. And this is not a compromise of 50% or a compromise of 60%. They're not here because they want 100%. They want to spend the $70 million the way they want to spend it, and they want the county to go out and bond for what we need to do infrastructure-wise. So why would a voter pass a bond that we put out there to fix things that we already have money to fix? And I think that's the missing piece in this whole thing, is that it's hard to legislate and administrate at the same time. You can't do them both. And I think these five, that's their intention, is they want to not only do the legislative side of things, they also want to do the administrative side of things. And that's why we have a separation of powers. And the separation of powers.
Oh, I cut it there. But the next clip I'm going to show is Jalen Anderson expressing frustration with the process. And I also want to say is I agree with Frank White's statement that he doesn't believe that the legislators are actually trying to come to a compromise. It's either their way or the highway. But remember, it was also he had the same attitude for the past year and a half, and so this is just the two worlds colliding. But when Frank White and the other legislators, so Frank White's faction, when they were open for compromise, the other five, then they at that time they put up the steel wall and they refused to compromise, and so he's just facing the ramifications. But the next clip I'm going to show is Jalen Anderson's response to this, an excerpt from it.
When you have members of the Treasury Department, when you have the czar of the ARPA funds, when you have their lawyers on a call and telling you that this process has not been followed, and that it is clear, and as some of my colleagues have pointed out, that the St. Louis County Council has been able to do it. Let me inform you, political statements do not mean the truth. The council in St. Louis is completely set up differently, but one thing they have done that we have refused to do with this last $70 million, they have worked with their county executive all the way. All the way. They had disagreements. They figured it out. I will not listen to individuals who do not have a law degree, individuals who do not know the federal guidelines. I know some have claimed that they have worked on these pieces of legislation. Let me just say, when I asked the congressmen of their job, it was not writing the bill in Washington, D.C.
Yep.
You worked in the office in the district. This process has been going on for over 2 years now. Feels like 20. But the fact of the matter is, this gamemanship that you think is going to be successful only sets us back.
So Tracy left a comment saying this meeting was where Manny, in my opinion, showed his true colors, that if he can't have things his way, then he will pout. Yes. But I really think his true colors was really shown in the November, I believe it was the November 20th, 23 meeting, when he unilaterally started to interview all these nonprofits and municipalities and people who want ARPA fund money, making promises that if they apply to this, if they interview with him, that they might be able to get this ARPA fund, even though he had no authorization to hold these meetings. The county executive never signed off on this. I think that was on that date, and when I say on that date is recorded, is when he showed his true colors, that if he wasn't going to get his way on how to allocate these funds, and he was just going to be an obstructionist. So after this meeting on November 20th, 2024, there wasn't a meeting held because of the Thanksgiving holiday until December 2nd, 2024. Okay. So nothing was passed. And so now it's December 22nd, 2024. And in this clip I'm about to show you, Chief of Staff Caleb Clifford explains to Manny Abarca that his prior process for nonprofits were wrong, and explains the correct process. And again, I'm showing you these videos to show you that Manny had noticed that these processes were wrong. All of them had noticed, but they refused to believe that this was true.
Just a bit more on the ARPA funding. The well-known understanding, I believe, is that funds had to be encumbered by the end of December in order to be allocated and so forth. And the procurement process takes generally 3 weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I went ahead of one thing. This clip here is Jeannie Laurel basically putting the Jackson legislature on notice that the ARPA funds need to be encumbered by the end of the year, and that she basically says that the procurement process is passed, and that right now to procure these funds is no longer a process or no longer a viable option, and notifies that there's other options to allocate the money. They have to look into those options. So this is when Jeannie and the other 3 legislators put forth the notion of using the ARPA funds in order to pay salaries, in order to keep those funds in Jackson County.
In order to do that. And so in order to accommodate that, the cutoff time is passed for us to be able to do that according with the county practice. So the normal solicitation process that we have been working toward is no longer a viable option. It does not mean that we're sending money back. It means that we are looking at other options in which to look at how to get those monies out into the community like we had originally considered. And it does not mean that the individuals who are interested in getting funds are at loss, that there's still
correct.
options for them to do that. It's just going to take another measure or another process in order for that to happen. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any questions from?
All right, so the next clip is a clip that I originally says. This is when Caleb Clifford explains to Manny Abarca that his prior process for nonprofits was wrong, and he explains the correct process.
Looks like 107 pages. It outlines some very specific things that we can do. And I think my concern is that the administration is creating a narrative that we can't do it based upon standards that you can't define, that you won't define, that you continuously utilize as either our county code, state law, or this document, which no one seems to know. And so I want to understand exactly why we're denying this effort, particularly when our code is very clear about contracting with nonprofits and government agencies, which doesn't require a formal procurement process, which we know has taken anywhere between 30 and 45 days, or 2, depending upon what the need is, particularly in past presentations where we've said the county executive wants this rushed and figured out, namely the front steps. And I'm just now concerned about this idea to revenue recovery the money. Can you outline where it says that we can revenue recovery this money? Because again, I'm concerned that that's also inaccurate.
Legislator Barker, Caleb Clifford, may I respond to this question?
I would prefer the county executive, but yeah, sure.
First, if I could back up, my earlier statements were in regards to the county executive's position and belief that a transparent and thorough solicitation and response is necessary, not just for specific federal rules or state rules or county rules, but to ensure that these funds are being used appropriately, to ensure that the most in need are receiving these funds, and that they are judged and evaluated based upon criteria that is established beforehand, that is publicly available, and that there are public hearings and meetings to discuss those awards, regardless of the federal, state, and local requirements, that there are substantive amounts and details that are beyond, as the Director of Finance pointed, the memorization skills of at least myself, I'll say.
So like the 4 town halls we hosted last year, the 3 days of public testimony where we overheard individuals requesting funds from us, kind of like that process is what you're referring to?
No, sir, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because that's exactly not the process that we were talking about. We're talking about establishing different categories or areas in which individuals or organizations can submit a proposal that has established criteria that are quantifiable, and having established evaluators, reviewers, and multi-step process that then would come before the legislature for your consideration and approval. But all of that needs to be done beforehand, and that's the importance of the process, and that's one of the major components that was missing last year during that process.
So the next 2 clips I have, I labeled this as Duran and Donna making political statements, and we're going to go through this right now, because these are purely political statements, because right now I believe we're in the stage of obstruction, right? They're not wanting to compromise, they're not wanting to try to push this through to make the deadline. They're just here in order to make their statements and to continue on with their day.
Comments from administration?
No, Madam Chair.
I think Legislator McGee, you had something?
Yeah, I really just have more of a comment more than anything, not so much a question. I'm very concerned about how we move forward from here. Listening to the administration just sort of reminds me of that song, "You've Got Me Going in Circles," because I don't understand what they're talking about. You've had this money since 2021. And I don't know what your plan is. To this day, you have not given us an ordinance. You say you've got plans, you've got recommendations. Where's the ordinance?
I'm pausing this right here just to notify that this is 100% a political statement, that people shouldn't look at Duran McGee as being caring, because remember, in 2023, he was the chair of the legislature. So he had the authority to try to work out with Frank White this deal, and it never happened. And also, remember, in January, Frank White already had a plan on how to allocate these funds, and he and Manny Abarca basically worked together to try to eliminate that plan and fast forward to the situation we are today.
These people can't wait. The community can't wait. This is nuts. We are risking sending this money back to DC, and it's so important that he keeps sending out these statements that mean nothing. He's not even here. Mr. Schulte, you and I were in a room a year ago when I was chair.
There you go.
Had a deal. If he had taken our deal a year ago, he would be in that building. He didn't want to give $3 million to the Eastern Jackson County Courthouse to create waiting rooms from people waiting outside in the heat with porta potties.
I don't know if that's true.
Legislator Franklin, who represents independents, implored him to take the deal. He would not. So this idea that he wants to work with this legislature is ridiculous. There have been 2 more deals that have happened. I talked to Legislator Lauer, our chair. She was in a meeting with the county executive. He agreed not to take these funds out of ARPA to pay for that building, and we provided other avenues to get this building done. He has since walked that back. So the reality is he is not trying to compromise. He's holding the community, blackmailing the community to get a building 2/3 of the building the community's never going to see. It's for his offices and the county councilor's office. So at some point, it's time for him to show up and get to work. I'm furious that it has taken this long. So this crisis was manufactured by the administration, and I'm tired of it. Don't send out a press release at 5 o'clock saying he's trying to work with us, because it's a lie. If he really wanted to work up, he'd show up to work. Thank you.
He didn't show up to work on November 20, on what was that date? The no-show date, November 20th, 2024. So that statement from Duran is actually very rich. But let's continue to what Donna says.
We are all very concerned about encumbering these funds. The legislature was so concerned that they requested we have a plan by April the 30th. We did not receive that plan. We did not receive correspondence as to why we were being denied a plan. A plan was presented in August. We have legislation that has passed to encumber these funds, and that plan was vetoed. It is very difficult to be where we are today. We've been through an ARPA funding process that, although the process was allowed to continue, was later considered to be illegal, for lack of a better term. When asked what would make that process legal, the response was that it would need the county executive to sign off on it. So we had a process in 2023 that would have been legal had the county executive signed off on it. We have legislation that has been passed, that has been vetoed. It puts us in a very precarious situation. And for all of us, there's not anyone here, including administration, that is not concerned. It was mentioned that we could find other ways, that we had other options, but it has not been made clear what those options are. So as we proceed today, will those options be revealed? Will we be voting on those options? Or will we come together and agree upon what has already been passed, or agree upon processes that have already been completed? Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Payton. In regards,
Yeah, this is just clear obstructionism. They're basically trying again to pass the 5895 ordinance, even though it's already dead. So, the next clip that I have is the December 9th, 2024 meeting is when the ARPA hearing, or is when the ordinance 5908 is introduced. And that ordinance is the ordinance that transfers the ARPA funds into salaries. In this clip, County Executive Frank White explains that it is too late to go through the legal procurement process and that this will save the $70 million. He also explains how the other legislative actions were illegal.
Ordinance 5908. I think that is an excellent way for us to keep those dollars in Jackson County. And I think we're past the period where we can do a procurement and get this money out on the street before the deadline. So the goal now is to keep the funds from going back to the federal government. And I feel like Ordinance 5908 is the ordinance that can get that done. So I always got to ask myself, how did we get to where we are today? What brought us to this point? And when I think back to how we've always gotten money out to the people in our community, especially this time of year, through the legislature, it's always been through outside agency funding. which I've always recommended no less than $3 million a year since I've been in office. But Legislative ARPA's process of allocating these funds, trying to put these funds in the community in a way that was deemed illegal by a county councilor, but ignored. And I believe it's taken us a whole year, and it brings us to the point we are today. And I really feel like what about illegal is hard to understand. And that process also created a lot of misleading ideas in our community. It's misled a lot of agencies. It misled a lot of organizations who expected to get funded in some way or another. And it's a disservice to Jackson County and to our residents.
Okay, so Tracy writes, in 2023, when the new legislature came into office, Manny and Duran came in with the agenda, and in my opinion, had nothing to do with Jackson County or working as a team. It's about to make a name in the political arena for themselves. In my opinion, Manny is a bully, and some of the legislation follow because they are afraid of him. I do agree that Manny does have bully tactics, and I always tell people that there's one thing that I hate more than incompetence, and that's a bully, man. And Manny is a bully, in my opinion. So I agree with you, Tracy, on that one. So the December 9th, 2024 meeting is important because they introduced this ordinance 5908, which is going to allocate the ARPA funds into salaries in order to keep the $70 million in the Jackson County government. Now, when County Executive Frank White makes a statement, a debate starts on the floor. In the first clip, or I have two clips that will show a little excerpts of this debate, but basically, the debate starts on how this bill will allow money to go towards nonprofits and infrastructure, and Manny and Donna basically states their hesitation for this bill. And the reason why I put these clips in is because it becomes clear that the 5 block, which is Manny Abarca, Duran McGee, Vanessa Husky, Sean Smith, and Duran McGee, Vanessa Husky, Manny, Duran, Vanessa Husky, Sean Smith, and Donna Payton. I'm sorry. Manny Abarca, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, Sean Smith, and Duran McGee. They're not going to go for this ordinance, which Frank White clearly states, and the other people clearly states, is like the last ditch effort for them to keep these funds into Jackson County.
Move on from that one. The component about supporting nonprofits, how does 5908 support nonprofits in your mind?
Well, it saves the funding. And by saving the funding, then you have an opportunity to go back and take care of nonprofits.
And is there commitment there of doing that? I mean, the reason I ask is since 2021, we've had these funds and we've made those commitments, but we've not fulfilled them. So I want to just understand, if we were to recover the money in this way, what is our timeline? What is our proposal in terms of buckets? Who would receive funds? What is the direction after we would put it into our undesignated fund balance?
Well, first we have to get it done. And then once it's done, then you meet to decide how you're going to spend it. You're talking $23 million for this year, $23 million for next year and the year after. So you have to sit down and figure those things out. There were plans submitted earlier that had those buckets already lined out, but right now we're past that.
Yeah, so the reason I asked that specifically, though, is because we had done that. You and I had done that. Caleb Clifford had done that. We had done that last year and followed up several times. So I just want to make sure that we all committed, a majority of us several times in different fashions have committed to the nonprofits, some of which you are here. Is that a commitment you're willing to make as well, as to look at those same buckets and make those a priority for the funding?
Well, we have to look and see how much funding we have and how much, I don't know, are you asking me, am I committing to the numbers that you committed to? Or am I gonna look at the money that we have, the funding that we have, and work to help as many agencies as we can? Because if that's the case, then you have $3 million in your budget that, with outside agency funding coming up, that those funds are supposed to be given to agencies and nonprofits, and should be on to those people by the end of this month.
Yeah, I don't want to deal too much with outside agency because it is limited. It doesn't allow for capital improvements like this one.
Well, I bring it up because you say these agencies, a lot of these agencies and a lot of these organizations are also helped through outside agency funding. And so that's another opportunity for some of these agencies to get help right now as you guys go through outside agency funding.
Okay, I think that the outside agency to me is irrelevant with ARPA because you can use.
But you combine
for
ARPA,
infrastructure.
but you combine ARPA and an outside agency together. That's why we're here today.
Interesting. Okay. So where is your commitment to the West Side community for $1 million to support a pool and fountain, as well as the women's equity issues that you originally proposed? Are those a part of this process, or what's that?
I originally proposed them, and they were originally in the budget. But when you were chair of the budget, you cut those out of the budget.
With the remainder of funds, because you didn't outline where they go. But so you're not re-proposing them then, is what you're saying?
I'm not doing anything. The only thing I'm doing today is committing to.
You see that right there? You see that right there? Right there. Like, Manny literally disenfranchised his own neighborhood. Or, I mean, I don't know where Manny's from, but like the West Side neighborhood is a primarily Hispanic neighborhood. He disenfranchised that neighborhood by over $1 million because of what he did. And then he tried to pin it on Frank White that it was his problem, even though it was his. But let's continue. Like, this behavior is completely repulsive, but let's continue.
Trying to save the $70 million and keep it in Jackson County, and then we can go back and we can revisit each district's needs, and obviously that's one in your district's needs, and I've had multiple meetings, and I committed to it, and it was cut out of the budget, and we never got back to it.
So it's not in the budget currently then.
The next one is probably the statement from Donna.
Hold in very high regard the faith and trust that the community has put in me. I'm grateful for all those who voted for me, and I am grateful to be a representative for Jackson County, for our constituents. You mentioned that the money, by doing this, will make it to the community. Keeping in mind that ARPA funding is one-time funding.
Yes.
It is difficult for me, without an explanation, to understand how that money could be designated for salaries, including overtime, that we have indicated here 23,000 ARPA fund for undesignated fund balance. I don't know how, based on what I have here, and am open to an explanation of how this will make it into the community.
I would probably have to ask my finance guy to explain that to you better.
Thank you.
Than what I can do. So I don't know if Troy wants to.
And this is Troy's explanation, which I'm keeping in here because I want this to be a full record on this whole entire situation.
Legislator Troy Schulte, County Administrator Troy Schulte. The way it will work is we will, with that ordinance adoption, we will move eligible expenses in our public safety and our public health departments. So corrections, public health department, medical examiner, to ARPA funds. That will free up general funds or county dollars to the tune of $23.5 million, because those were budgeted expenses. We move them to ARPA. That frees up $23.5 million in each of the next this year and the 2 subsequent years for allocation, continued conversation, but they become what at that point the ARPA dollars are committed, and what we're then arguing about are local dollars and how do we want to spend the local dollars. So this is how a lot of other cities and counties and states have moved these dollars around. It's an eligible expense. And so that's what we're recommending as kind of a last ditch effort to keep the dollars in the county. So that would be the plan, is to move eligible expenses that have been incurred or will be incurred to ARPA, and then each of the next 3 years that frees up $23.5 million of local dollars that we can then subsequently spend once we could reach consensus on what's how much for capital, how much for agencies, how much for projects, those types of issues. You're all aware of the ongoing conversations about that. So that conversation would continue. We just wouldn't have this deadline of 12/31/2024 hanging over us.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad you mentioned, I was concerned about those projects that we wanted to do within the facilities, because that's not listed here. And I understand the process of moving money. And I agree that it is a last-ditch effort. And whenever you deal with last-ditch efforts, you're very concerned about the legality, because we know that any previous ordinances and resolutions have been within what one might consider legal. Maybe not certain intricacies have been determined by our county attorneys as being.
Sorry, my reaction is like this because, like, of the whole ordinance 5895 and 5896 fiasco, where Donna Payton was a part of the group that literally was trying to pass illegal legislation that obviously was not reviewed by an attorney beforehand. But let's continue.
Legal, but it was with the intent of meeting the requirements of monies being allocated properly under ARPA funding. And while we hear that many counties have done this type of thing, I don't know why they would have if it was not a last-ditch effort. But in looking at the requirements, I did not see that anywhere, that we would be talking about salaries and moving monies and still leaving it up in the air what will actually happen.
This is actually really interesting because, and I just remember this because I'm always on it. This ordinance was actually posted online on, I believe it was the Friday before this legislative hearing. And so it was online for Donna Payton to actually review and to actually have these questions beforehand. But obviously she just reviewed it on this day. But let's continue.
To this money and how it will be distributed. And I'm very uncomfortable with that because, as I mentioned, the community is of high concern for me. Funding organizations, helping businesses grow Jackson County is of high importance for me. So how will this money get to them? There's no plan for that to happen. And I understand that you say that this will come before us and we'll be able to make those designations. But how will those designations work? And if we've had so many differences at this point, what is going to happen in these allocations to help us to get over those types of hurdles, of misunderstandings, of wanting more to go to the community and wanting more to go here? Will it be an ongoing deal for the next 3 years? And
it's called cooperation. It's called setting aside differences and putting the community first. Let's continue.
We'll still end up sending the money back. We really don't have a plan to me. I understand the last-ditch effort. I don't want the money to go back either. But we have hypotheticals. We have nothing concrete. And that's a little disturbing. Thank you.
Legislator McGee.
Troy, don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah. McGee says something, but I didn't include it because it wasn't really that important. But anyways, a short explanation of what Ordinance 5908 was going to do is, so we take the $70 million of ARPA funds. They're going to take that money and allocate it towards existing salaries that they haven't paid for and future salaries that are going to be paid for in 2025 and 2026, okay? They did this because this was the only way to allocate the funds without going through the normal RFP process and to be able to obligate these funds by the end of the year. And so essentially, by them using this money to pay for the salaries, they're basically freeing up that money of, like, since they're using the ARPA funds to pay off the salaries, that means that they're basically exchanging that money and saving it in another area. So it's kind of, it is misappropriation, okay? I mean, when I say misappropriation, what I mean is it's like for instance, you give $1 to buy a piece of gum. So now you have a piece of gum. I mean, it's man, I should have thought of a good explanation for this. But basically, they're transferring money that they already had in their budget to pay for these things in order to transfer the money from one fund to another. So the salaries that they're using the ARPA funds to be paid for, they have it in their budget to pay for these salaries. But instead of using the budget money in order to pay for these salaries, they're using the ARPA funds. And so the money that they had budgeted to pay for these salaries, instead of it being used to pay for these salaries, it's going to be put into another fund in order for allocation later on, okay? And I was explaining this to other people that, like, to me, that's misappropriation, because what ARPA funds was essentially supposed to be used for was COVID relief. It was supposed to be used for expenses that's related to COVID relief. And this, paying these salaries, for me, is not that, okay? It's especially since we had the money in our budget and in our future budgets to be able to pay for those salaries. But as I was explaining to another colleague, is not all misappropriation is illegal. And so the county counselor, the chief of staff, the county administrator, they all say that other county governments has done this before and it's completely legal. And like I told you guys before, I'm a civil litigator. And I also do commercial litigation. I do not do municipal litigation. Okay, I don't know if what they're saying is actually true or not. And they never state the actual county governments that have done this before, so I couldn't even conduct my own investigation as to whether or not they did this the same way. And so I hope in the future that, and we're going to see that this is what they ultimately did. I hope that this was legal so that the $70 million stayed in Jackson County so it could be used towards Jackson County projects, even if it's for salaries, even if it's for opening up other buckets of funding, because I'd rather that to happen than for it all just to go back to the federal government. But anyways, to continue, and we're still in the same meeting on December 9th, 2024. After this whole entire explanation happens, Manny Abarca then introduces over 30 ordinances to unilaterally allocate the ARPA funds again without Frank White's approval.
Madam Chair.
Now, Legislator Barca.
I have ordinances 5913 through 5948, all pertaining to the distribution of ARPA funds. I can read each title and quantity. I can introduce them directly. Everyone should have received copies of all of them already. The goal with these pieces of legislation are to move buckets of funding in correlation with the 2023 process, as well as other requests of government entities, as was defined by this earlier Health and Environment meeting, Our county administrator, Troy Schulte, had suggested that government agencies are applicable for us to move forward with direct MOU, memorandums of understanding execution versus a procurement process. Thus said, these are those.
All right, if you would like those to be added on, they will have to.
So after Manny again had numerous explanations that they don't even have enough time for the regular procurement process to happen in order to allocate these funds, they have to do it through the salary way. Instead of listening, instead of trying to cooperate, he then introduces 30 plus new ordinances to allocate these funds. So the next date that they talk about this is December 10th. So it's the next day, and there's public comments about the ARPA funds. So in the next two clips I'm about to show, this is the public meeting for Manny's 30 plus ordinances occur. So this isn't even about the ordinance that was introduced. That was ordinance number 5908. These are about Manny's 30 ordinances. Over 20 organizations testified to their needs for ARPA funds. And Chairwoman Laurel explains that Manny Abarca's ordinances the total of all the funds combined are over $116 million, and that it would be impossible to fund all of Manny's ordinances with the ARPA funds. Manny states that the process is just to collaborate in order to get a number that's within the $70.4 million. The Chairwoman Laurel reminds the audience that Abarca's process was improper. So again, she's trying to state to these people that you are not going to get your money through this process because Manny's process is improper.
Question is to clarify the purpose of the meeting this evening, and also to inquire of Legislator Abarca. The amount of money, Legislator Abarca, that your understanding is in the ARPA fund account is how much?
$70.4 million. There's $10 million that is also currently expended in contracts that have not been spent down. So I guess available amounts of $70.4 million.
Okay, thank you. Of the numerous ordinances that you filed for tonight, there is a total amount of $116,300,500. So I'm wondering where the extra money's coming from.
There is no extra money. At this point, the goal is to compromise right here in this room and figure it out. I think we lost him.
So the people who are going to be giving public hearing, there's going to be some that are picked and some that will not be picked.
Is that a question?
Yes.
I think the reality is that it is our job to make these decisions. So yes, whether we do it in this room or the room behind us in private closed doors across the hall in a box with the Fox, the goal is we have to pick $70.4 million.
I see. So this is just a listing of that can respond to my question about this December 20th thing. I'm not sure that any of this could be done by December 20th, and the process that was used for these ordinances was not the county procurement or the county process for ordinances to be filed. Is that correct?
You want to handle that one? Yeah, we usually post it, and it usually takes time for the procurement process to go forward. And I think our county administrator had previously said that it takes about 3 weeks to give people opportunity and businesses opportunity for that matter. I think that's what the legislator Lauer was asking about.
Proving the point.
So this is different than, I'm sorry, this is no different than what's been told before on this same type of legislation that Legislator Abarca has been presenting.
And just as was that a question, Legislator Letter? I'm sorry, I didn't want to move past that.
That's okay.
I'm just confirming.
And just so we have additional clarity of the county administrator, Mr. Schulte, can you?
Yeah, and so basically in this clip, Laurel is trying to explain to everyone that this is the same improper process that Manny was trying to do the entire time beforehand. I want to kind of showcase all these people came again to get on a false promise that they would have the opportunity to get ARPA funds. And this was all due to Manny Abarca, Deron McGee, Donna Payton, Vanessa Husky, and Sean Smith telling these people that they need to show up in order to participate in this hearing to be considered for the $70.4 million. And it was all a lie, because at the beginning they all knew they needed the county executive approval in order to allocate these funds. And again, they did not have it. So this meeting happened on December 10th, 2024. As we all know, the deadline for the obligation was on December 31st, 2024. In between this meeting, what does Deron McGee and Manny Abarca do? I just have to bring this up. They literally go to Washington, D.C. for a party in the White House, okay? So instead of staying behind and being serious and sincere in making a compromise to allocate these funds before December 31st, 2024, no, they don't care. They just went out on a frivolous trip up to the White House to have a party. While I know personally, there were multiple people in the Jackson County government that literally had to pull all-nighters trying to prepare any sort of legislation to pass that will properly and legally allocate these funds. So while they were up spending countless nights, not with their families, not preparing for Christmas, not relaxing at home, but doing their jobs, Manny and Deron were out partying in DC. Which to me is just, it shows negligence. It shows that they're not honestly, they're not serious about, they weren't serious about really allocating these funds. But anyways, the next clip that I have, and this is the next meeting that was about the ARPA funds, and this is December 16th. So December 10th, then to December 16th. There's a public hearing on Ordinance 5908. And basically, Troy Schulte explains that the ARPA funds will be transferred to present and future salaries in order to open up the funds to the undesignated balance in the future. And this is the clip basically explaining that.
This is about putting a administration, would you like to clarify what the ordinance is about instead?
Yeah, Madam Chair, what this does is identify, and I believe there may be a floor substitute for your consideration as well, that basically what it does is it identifies ways in which the $70.4 million of remaining uncommitted federal COVID dollars under ARPA, the American Rescue Plan, can be committed by the organization prior to the end of the year, thus leaving us $70 million moves eligible county expenses to ARPA and frees up $70.4 million of local dollars that could then be allocated based on a final resolution by the legislature and the executive. So all this does is commit the money and keeps the money in Jackson County.
So in this hearing, the basically, and I don't have the clips to show this, but the ordinance 5908 is held to the next day, which is December 17th, 2024, in order for it to be perfected. But in the remainder of this meeting, they basically go over Manny's 30+ ordinances, and the majority of them are perfected for final adoption on the next day. Now, the next clip I'm going to show is basically how Ordinance 5908 fails perfection. So when a bill fails perfection, that means it fails as a whole. So it would just never pass. And so in this clip I'm about to show, the county executive Frank White explains that they are beyond the process to specifically procure the funds. And this is what they were saying the entire time. Well, when I say the entire time, I mean since December 2nd, 2024. To specific initiatives, and he states that he would support a plan to provide 50% of the ARPA funds to nonprofits and 50% of the ARPA funds to infrastructure projects. And again, like I said, this is the same thing that he proposed in October 14th, 2024. Frank White also states that he will veto all of Manny's ordinances because they were improper. Donna will state that this plan has never been presented, and Manny basically moves for the ordinance 5908 to be amended to include the language that 50% of the ARPA funds would be designated for nonprofits. And this amendment will be accepted. However, even though this amendment is accepted, you will see that Donna Payton, Manny Abarca, Vanessa Husky, Deron McGee, and Sean Smith still proceeded to vote no on the perfection of the ordinance 5908, and therefore it failed. And we're about to see it in this clip.
It's a little different than that attempt, but I'll move on from that. I guess my final question is to Mr. Executive. What is the commitment and process and timeline for you to have made regarding community funding, grant opportunities? There was some misunderstanding, I think, yesterday. Now that you're here, I'd like to understand exactly what your commitment is to the nonprofits in 5908.
I think the nonprofits are always been valuable to me and to the county. We've funded nonprofits. This is my 10th year here, and they've always been funded, either through outside agencies or through other means throughout the year. In this case, I think right now my main concern now is securing the funds for Jackson County, and not trying to be specific about what buckets this money is going to go into, because the procurement process, we're beyond that. I mean, we're beyond the time to allocate these funds and get those funds through the procurement process, through the RFP process. We're beyond that. Right now, 5908 guarantees that we keep the funds in Jackson County, not in a manner that we would have liked. Rather than having it in one bucket of $70 million, now it's got to be over 3 years. But that is the only way that we could keep these funds in Jackson County at this point. This is the ordinance that I'm supporting.
But Mr. Executive, you're aware that you penned a letter, at least in your name, that stated that you were going to support 50% of these ARPA dollars going towards community nonprofits. That's actual. That's true. But also 50% going toward infrastructure of the county also. So if you show me something that allocates 50% to nonprofits and to what other legislative needs there are, and 50% going to infrastructure, I can support that. I mean, those are your commitments from your letter, so I just wanted to validate that was the truth, and then understand the timeline for expenditure, and if that was going to be a separate grant fund that you were creating, because I think that way it isolates any mixed funding streams within the undesignated fund balance and guarantees a grant fund will actually go towards distribution to those entities.
Well, if that passes today, then that can be done. That can be done tomorrow afternoon sometime.
Right, but that's not in the legislation now, so that's why I'm trying to understand that.
I mean, you'd have to support a new ordinance in the process, but it can be done.
So you want an ordinance that would do that separately then?
I want an ordinance that's going to not only take care of nonprofits, but also to take care of some infrastructure needs of the county. So you put those two together, 50-50, I can support that.
That's a clever reminder of where we started this conversation last year. Last question for me is...
We don't want to go back there, do we?
We're here now.
No, we don't want to go there. We're here because of that, but we won't go there today. I'm just trying to get us to the point where we can keep these dollars in Jackson County. You run us out of time. This is the
I've run
best.
us out of
This,
time.
yes,
Okay.
you have with your process. You ran us out of time, and so we are here today with this ordinance. I'm telling you verbally that I'll support 50-50. We've made numerous proposals throughout the summer and throughout the year anyway, but I'll support 50-50. I'll support that ordinance, but we need to move on. I mean, we don't need to keep bantering words back and forth. We know what the deal is. We know what we have to do. We know it has to happen. Let's make it happen. Let's move on. And the nonprofits eventually will be taken care of, and the county infrastructure will be eventually taken care of. That's the goal.
So you're committing to closing that nonprofit process by the end of the year? You said tomorrow.
No,
so-
we can't close it. I mean, because we don't have time to do the procurement process. But the money stays in Jackson County,
And-
so that secures funding after the first of the year. Nothing can get done before
Okay.
December 31st.
And just to be clear, so if we authorize the ordinances today to directly fund government entities, you're planning to veto those, right? Even though that is a process that doesn't require a procurement process by both our county codes and by the statutes governing ARPA and the state, that's your plan is to veto all of those.
Well, that is the plan if they all pass, yes, because they violate the budget laws of the county, and they violate the procurement laws of the county.
Which ones? Because your staff has concluded that the government entities can easily be granted these dollars directly.
Mhm.
You've already done it, in fact, through ARPA. So I'm curious which violations you're referring to.
That's procurement more than anything else, because ARPA funds have to be vetted, and you have to go through the procurement process for the most part. But no ARPA fund goes out without being vetted, whether it goes to municipalities or not. You have to be able to verify where these funds are going and who they're going to, and whether or not they can utilize these funds.
So the procurement process you're referring to goes through the actual procurement department. It goes out for 45 days. I mean, in the ARPA guidelines, which I've read and your staff has agreed, that government funded directly does not require a procurement process. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that, because that is not a requirement of ARPA or state statute or our county code in any shape or fashion. So, I mean, the government elements to this should be easily cut and dry. I'll yield at this point.
All right, are there any more questions or communication with the county executive from Legislator McGee?
Mr. Schulte, yesterday you told us that you would provide us with the numbers on how you arrived at these figures. We don't have them.
We're happy to provide that. Yeah.
When are you going to give them to us? You said you'd get them to us yesterday.
I can get your revenue recovery right now if you'd like it.
You said you'd get it to us yesterday. When are you going to get it to us?
How about right now?
Thank you.
Any more questions or communication of the county executive? All right. Legislator Payton, yes.
Thank you so much. County Executive White, you mentioned that you would be agreeable to a 50-50 plan. And thank you so much for that. But it has not been presented. Is that something you're waiting on to be presented? You're waiting for?
Sorry, I need to stop the clip right there, because that was a lie. And I don't know if Donna was intentionally lying or she just completely forgot, but the 50-50 compromise was presented in October 14th, 2024. And even more, like, there was a hint of it in August of 2024, and Donna completely disregarded it, okay? So just keep that in mind.
For ordinance to be written by a legislator, and then we could move forward perhaps?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, seeing nothing else, we're moving on. We're going to take the agenda out of order today and address the resolutions in committee. I see we have our...
So I don't have the clip of them amending the ordinance to include the 50-50 language, but they did, and it basically failed to pass. So that means on December 17th, 2024, at this moment, the only ordinances that are there to pass in order to allocate the funds at this time are Manny's 30+ illegal ordinances that, if passed, there was a very high degree of certainty that we would be audited and we would lose this money. Now, the next two clips I'm going to show you, these are short clips, but these are clips taken from the same meeting, and this is roughly after the vote of 5908 failed, and it basically shows the failure of cooperation within the Jackson County Legislature. This first clip I'm going to show you, basically, this is them talking about a budget amendment, and even though this doesn't have anything to do with ARPA, it shows that the legislators do not have any respect or civility towards each other.
I've sent to everybody twice now, and then we will ensure that all of that is accounted for in the amendment that the entire body puts forward to the administration so they can continue the rest of the process. Is there anyone else that is still unclear about that?
So the previous submissions were acknowledged from the administration or not?
I don't know. All I'm saying is right
Question
now,
to the
if it's not in the budget book that we have, the recommended budget book, please let me know, and I will ensure that it's included in the amendment so that it can go forward in the process to getting into the adopted
Vice Chair
budget
Marshall,
book.
there are entire department budgets that are also missing from that book. So
Include that in the amendment process.
that is the administration's included, not mine.
Then don't worry about it. They'll include it in their process when they respond to our amendment.
It's our fiduciary responsibility to worry
Then
about
include it in your amendment, Legislator
it. So
Barker.
again, back to the administration. Are budgets
We are moving on because we are
included or not?
Legislator Barker, you are out of order, and if you will not
Madam Chair,
get back in order,
these are viable questions that I don't understand why you don't
I
want to
just
hear.
provided the clarity that you asked for.
No, the administration has not confirmed whether or not our submission, our budget.
Is it in the recommended budget book?
That doesn't make any
Is
sense.
it in the
Neither
recommended
are
budget book?
actual funds.
Legislator
The
Barker,
budget
you're
book
out of
is
order, and we're moving on.
incomplete.
We're moving
The
on.
reality is, we can shout each other down. That's fine.
Can you please come forward here? We have a member that's out.
So right now, Megan Marshall is basically calling over, like in the court, it would be the bailiff. I don't know if this person's title is the bailiff, but she's basically calling over the security guard to remove Manny.
Out of order. We're trying to conduct this meeting. If you have further questions for the administration, then I suggest you have a conversation with the administration. Right now, nobody has the floor. We are moving on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So the reason why Manny counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is for two reasons. First is, in order for a Jackson County legislative meeting to continue, they need 5 active members there. If they don't have 5 members seated or virtually there, then they don't reach quorum, and thus the meeting has to stop. And so for him to leave, he's basically trying to signal the other people to also leave, so this whole meeting just stops because they don't have quorum. But it also signifies that he has 5 votes and they only have 4, right? And so, as we'll see in the second clip, is when Manny tries to remove Megan as chair, that was a threat to her that he was going to ask to try to remove her from the chair position.
If you would like to leave and obstruct the meeting, then go right ahead. We'll go into recess.
So in this next clip is when Manny tries to remove Megan Marshall as acting chair.
Discussion?
We're not doing discussion. That's what I stated at the beginning. We've already had
Madam
discussion.
Chair, within Robert's rules, you don't get to define whether we have discussion or not. Robert's rules state there's discussion after introduction.
You do not have
Madam
the floor.
Chair, you are violating the
Again,
rules
you
of
are
Robert's
out of
rules
order. You are out of order.
Motion to
You're
remove the
out of
chair.
order.
Second.
So the second motion,
Move to adopt, or do we address the chair first?
We would address the chair first. It requires 2/3 present and vote. Roll call.
roll call on the motion for the chair. Anderson?
No.
Payton?
Yes.
Abarca?
Yes.
Husky? Franklin? McGee?
No.
Flower?
No.
Smith?
Yes.
Marshall?
No.
4 yes, 4 no, 1 absent.
So the motion fails when he tried to remove Megan Marshall as chair. And this is crazy because this isn't actually the first time he's done it. I believe Manny has done this 3 times. I know he's tried to remove Laurel once. I think he's tried to remove her actually twice. But this is nuts because this is, in what I know, this action to remove a chair is extremely rare, and it's for like circumstances that I don't think were deemed that were even in the same space or same topic as what they're trying to do by removing Megan Marshall as chair. But this also just shows the dysfunction and how utterly incapable or incompatible this legislature is with each other. Now, when we go back into the timeline, I have the December 18th separated the morning and the noon, okay? Because in the morning of December 18th, so this is the next day, okay? On the morning of December 18th, Congressman Cleaver pins a letter. Oh, it's not he doesn't pin it, but the Kansas City Star basically issues this devastating newspaper article basically stating about how Jackson County government is going to lose the ARPA funds due to this disagreement and how it's an embarrassment to Cleaver. And this is it right here. And we're going to go over it quickly, and we're almost done with this. But basically, so it says here, with the county at risk of having to return those... Oh, so I'm going to start at the beginning. A more than year-long game of chicken at the Jackson County Courthouse over the use of $70 million in federal COVID-19 aid dollars has Kansas City Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver exasperated. With the county at risk of having to return those dollars at the end of the year because of persistent disagreements on how to spend them, Cleaver is urging both sides, the county executive Frank White Jr. and 4 legislators on one side and 5 legislators on the other, to face reality and compromise. Failing to do so would mean losing the money and hurting Cleaver's credibility and ability to secure future funding from Congress and other projects in Kansas City and Jackson County, he said. It became obvious to me that the members of the legislature may not understand the finality of a federal deadline, Cleaver said Tuesday outside the House chamber in nation's capital. He almost missed a vote on the House floor because he had spent so much time trying to clean up what he saw as the mess the Jackson County legislature was making back home. Unwilling to accept a compromise offered by White that would preserve the federal money, a 5-member majority of the legislature passed a spending plan Tuesday that White was certain to veto. Like White, Cleaver claims the plan that legislators finally approved was not in compliance with the rules governing the use of that federal money. So here, Cleaver is now stating for the record that Manny's process in allocating these funds were illegal. But let's continue. Cleaver said he had spent most of the day going between the county government and the U.S. Treasury Department to help find a solution that both abides by the federal regulations and can pass through Jackson County legislature with less than 2 weeks until the money expires. To send the $70.3 million back to federal government with all the needs of Jackson County is a sin, he said. But the clock is ticking. Not only does the legislature have to find common ground, it has to do so on a timeline crunched by Christmas holiday and a Treasury Department navigating a presidential transition. I'm trying to make sure people understand the urgency of the matter, but also, and this is maybe selfish on my part, also the problem it creates for me as a legislator and as someone who has to go to these appropriators and ask for money for projects in Kansas City, Cleaver said. So I'm going to skip around here and basically go to this section here that says the nearly century-old downtown courthouse needs hundreds of $1 million in repairs and upgrade, White said. The county administration building purchased with federal COVID dollars needs $20 million in work. But a faction of the current legislature, led by Manny Abarca and Duran McGee, has battled with White for more than a year on how to spend those remaining American Rescue Plan Act dollars. The Abarca faction and 4 Democrats and a Republican who challenged Cleaver's re-election this year, Sean Smith, want to give the money to local nonprofit groups and local governments that have various needs. The legislature's 4 members, made up of 3 Democrats and 1 Republican, have sided with White, who claims that Abarca's faction has not followed the rules set out by county code and the federal government in how to distribute those dollars. And by not following them, White claims the county would be at risk of having to return that money to the federal government. So right here, it continues. It says, I'm just trying to summarize this. But the Abarca faction, so let me go back here. This is basically what Frank White says. I'm just trying to get to the point where we can keep these dollars in Jackson County, White said at Tuesday's special meeting of the legislature. You ran us out of time, he told Abarca, and so we are here today with this ordinance. But the Abarca faction rejected Frank White's proposal and instead voted on dozens of proposals to distribute the ARPA dollars to an assortment nonprofit groups and public work projects like sporadic sidewalk improvements. They did so by a vote of 5-3, knowing that Frank White would likely veto most of them, and recognizing that they did not have enough votes to override his veto before the December 31st deadline. And so, okay, here. Outside the House chamber, a fed-up Cleaver said he has been trying to intervene on behalf of the county throughout the day because he knew the current proposals would not fly with the feds. There's nothing that has come to them that meets the regulations of the Department of Treasury as it relates to the ARPA funds, he said of one of the legislators' actions. My whole day has been on and off phones talking to people. Treasury has been helpful in that we know that all previous attempts to pass something wouldn't have worked with the Treasury. At the White House last week, Tom Perez, a senior advisor to the president, pulled Cleaver aside and said this is going to make everyone look bad if Jackson County returns the money. I'm getting deeper and deeper involved in this thing because the reality is that this is happening to no other entity like Jackson County in the country and the territories. Jackson County is the only one in the whole United States of America with this kind of problem. That alone is an embarrassment to me, Cleaver said, as he helped get the county the money in the first place. Before the county legislature adjourned on Tuesday, Abarca, who is a former aide to Cleaver, told White that he was hopeful he would compromise to allow some of the spending measures approved Tuesday become law. White left the meeting without comment. Reached Tuesday night by text, Abarca questioned whether Cleaver, a United States Methodist Church minister and his former boss, was critical of his legislative moves on the ARPA money. I know Rev well, and I know that if that was his opinion, he would share it with me directly, Abarca wrote. If I were him, I would be mad at the county executive's inability to compromise too. Indeed, Cleaver made it clear that he was unhappy with both sides of the debate and unable to settle their differences. If this thing doesn't work out in the next few days, they will have essentially handcuffed me up here in getting the money for Kansas City. They have no choice. They have to get it done or they'll have me defanged as their legislator and damage the Democratic Party. That's Cleaver's statement on this whole entire thing. This was released morning of December 18th, okay? And so I have that there because there was a meeting on December 18th, which was the noon meeting. And in this clip, the legislature introduces a brand new ordinance called 5955, which is very similar to 5908, to use the ARPA funds to cover the salaries through 2026. And this ordinance is sponsored by Donna Payton, Jeannie Laurel, Jalen Anderson, Megan Marshall, Charlie Franklin, Manny Abarca, Duran McGee. However, Sean Smith opposes this ordinance as he feels that it's a bookkeeping trick, but Megan Marshall urges this passage. This is what that clip shows.
We were at add-ons.
Ordinance 5955, transferring to and appropriating from the undesignated fund balance of the 2024 ARPA Fund $44,869,957 to cover expenses related to lost revenue due to COVID-19, and authorizing the county to use all remaining ARPA funds to cover eligible county contract expenses through 2026. Introduced by Donna Payton, Jeannie Lauer, Jalen Anderson, Megan L. Marshall, Charlie Franklin, Manuel Barker IV, and Duran McGee County legislators.
Okay. Are there any others?
No, Madam Chairman.
All right. Did you have any comment, Council?
I did send an email prior to the meeting, but I'll go ahead and share the rules for passage of an add-on so that everyone's on the same page. Under rule, so this is not an agenda-sized add-on, so this has not been on an agenda before, so it would fall under Rule 14B, which means this can get done today, but it would require unanimous consent. Without unanimous consent, it can be introduced today and perfected tomorrow, assuming we have a meeting tomorrow. Perfected tomorrow. Tomorrow, it could be perfected and adopted with a majority vote unless someone objects, in which case it would take a vote of 6.
Okay, thank you.
Move to perfect.
Second.
Madam Chair. Discussion.
Legislator Barr.
I want to inquire of the general counsels or the administration staff on page 3 in the whereas clauses. It talks about the 50% of the future undesignated funds, and I just wanted to confirm that the whereas clauses will be legally binding, so that these things must occur. Am I correct in that assumption? It doesn't have to be in the be it resolved.
Yeah, Mr. Abarca, our intent was if this passes, we would then come back with a separate ordinance separating the two out that would have put the money in the in the way that language is, one fund for community disadvantaged communities and another fund for county infrastructure. So that would be the way to codify those whereas funds with a follow-up ordinance that we'll try to get introduced. We needed to separate the two of them, but we could bring that in fairly short order and then that would formalize it into the separate funds by an ordinance.
And the executive approves of both of those processes, so there's not going to be any effort of one gets approved, one doesn't. I'm not sure if he's here today or can join us or where his whereabouts are, but I want to make sure and understand that commitment is true and steadfast, and that one doesn't get vetoed and one moves forward and any other gamesmanship could occur.
Mr. Abarca, Caleb Clifford, County Executive's Office. Yes, the County Executive would support that and would sign both into law immediately.
Immediately. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are there any other points of discussion?
So I'm not clear on when I should voice this, but I am not on board with unanimous consent for passage today.
Okay, thank you.
Sean
Any
doesn't
other
like the
points of
whole
discussion?
misappropriation
Madam
aspect of
Clerk.
this.
Madam Clerk. I'm looking at Mary Jo. Madam Chair, yes. I'll yield to the council. My apologies.
That's okay.
To clarify, it would require unanimous consent to perfect or pass today. So we can introduce it today and then perfect tomorrow without unanimous consent.
Okay, so it would be unanimous to perfect as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Under 14B.
We need to withdraw.
Motion to hold.
Well, she could just assign it to committee.
I can clarify with Legislator Smith. Are you objecting to perfecting today as well?
Yep.
Okay. Then, yeah, because
Then
it would
we
need
need to withdraw
unanimous
that
consent.
motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, I mean, I don't know how much we need to stress the urgency of this ordinance. I mean, anyone that has a copy of it and that's reading it can clearly see this is the same as what we had yesterday in Opportunity Pass, with additions from our colleagues that expressed their concern that the county executive agreed to. It's all right here. So the fact that we've gone from having, 4 to now 7 of us come to an agreement on what the America Rescue Fund disbursement should look like, and now we're at a stalemate because we don't have unanimous consent. We have emails and letters and words from the Congressman Cleaver himself saying that what was passed yesterday is not legal. The U.S. Treasury Department has doubled down on that. It's not legal. This ordinance right here, with 7 of us now on it, have the endorsement of the Treasury Department as far as the legality of it, has compromise between the majority of the legislators here, and now we're at a stalemate and we don't want to deliver for the people of Jackson County to get this train out of the station. I don't understand at this point. I do understand, but I don't understand. We are right here at the edge of the cliff to pass this doggone ordinance, get this stuff moving, and move on to the other business of the county. But now here we are again. Here we are again. It's time that we step up and act and do our job. It's literally in the title of our job. We are public servants, not personal servants. So any one of us that has reservations about perfecting this today, adopting it tomorrow, okay. What the hell are we waiting for? What are we waiting for?
Short answer is I won't vote for it. It's a bookkeeping.
I yield, Madam Chair, excuse me.
So long story short, the reason why Sean Smith was against this, and I think it's because probably like Sean and I are both business majors, so I understand where he's like coming from on this, is that it seems like misappropriation. You know, he's saying it's a bookkeeping trick, but that's what he means. That's what he means. It seems like misappropriation because you're allocating this money to another fund that you already have money to pay for in order to transfer this money into another fund to allocate it later for other means, right? But anyways, the next day, it passes through unanimous consent because Sean Smith essentially is absent during the vote, and therefore that's where we are right now with the allocation of the ARPA fund money. The ARPA fund money essentially was all transferred using this through this ordinance in order to pay for present and future salaries to allocate this money to other hopefully to infrastructure projects and nonprofits in the future, but we really don't know if that's going to happen yet. And honestly, we don't know if what they did is 100% proper yet, because under the Trump administration, we might get audited. They might show a type of flaw. They might say that this appropriation of the COVID relief dollars was misappropriation, and this misappropriation was illegal. So we still don't know yet, but we'll find out in the next couple of years or so. But this is basically my presentation on the whole ARPA debacle of 2023 and 2024. What I want to say is, and what I really hope was presented in this presentation, is that this whole process, this whole chaos, this whole dysfunction could have been avoided by, and excuse me for a second because I'm going to turn off my heater, could have been avoided by simple cooperation and communication with the county executive and the county legislature. If they had simple meetings, if the county executive try to utilize everyone at the beginning of the process, I'm pretty sure that this wouldn't have spiraled out of control as it did. Now, I really want to stress that there was a plan to allocate these funds in 2023 that was ultimately not followed by the Jackson County Legislature in 2023. And then in 2024, it seemed like members of the legislature actually wanted to be more involved in the process, but then County Executive Frank White left them out until August of 2024. But when he let that gate open to let them involved in the process, they decided to do their own thing, and that's what made this whole process spiral out of control. And so that's what I believe is the truth of the whole ARPA situation. And I hope that when we're looking into this year 2025, that the legislature will actually start to cooperate with each other, will actually set aside their differences and be professionals and try to actually work for the people, the Jackson County government. Because I'll tell you this much, I watch the legislature meetings every week, okay? I'm probably one of every 10 people that actually does so every single week. And in 2023 and 2024, this Jackson County legislature has hardly passed any ordinances or any bills because of the dysfunction in this staff. They're completely incompatible, and they really need to start putting their differences aside and working together for the betterment of our community, because a lot of people are hurting right now. And I like how Tracy has been very active in this communication, how she's been stressing the needs of unincorporated Jackson County. And that's true. Like, these legislators are essentially the city council of unincorporated Jackson County, and their dysfunction is just going to hurt these people in the future. And so I'm hoping that they'll set aside their indifferences in order for the greater good, which the greater good is the people of Jackson County. However, I am going to tell you my belief is I don't think this is going to happen, and that's because the recent budget that they that they have proposed, and these are Manny and Sean Smith's amendments that they have proposed, which they're basically trying to defund the county executive's office and also the county counselor's office, is just going to make this whole entire situation so much worse. And I am going to have another Let's Talk Jackson, and it's going to be way shorter than this, that's going to cover that next week, or maybe the week after that. I still have to it'll be contingent upon tomorrow's legislative meeting and what is said there, so stay tuned for that. But as I say again, is I hope that the county executive and the county legislators will make amends with each other in order to be more cooperative and to be more professional in office, so that the Jackson County government can actually be more effective and efficient in 2025. That's my hope. Do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't think it's going to happen, but I hope it does. I honestly hope it does. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching this edition of Let's Talk Jackson. I know that this was a very long one, but I really wanted to have one video that showcases the entire ARPA saga for a person who just wants to sit down and watch it from beginning to end. And so I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that this made everything very clear, or more clear to you. If you have any questions, please leave the questions in the comment box, and I will get back to them as soon as possible. And with that said, I hope you guys are safe and warm on this historical blizzard, or I shouldn't say blizzard, but this historical snowy day in Kansas City. And I will see you next time. See you. appropriation because you're allocating this money to another fund that you already have money to pay for in order to transfer this money into another fund to allocate it later for other means, right? But anyways, the next day, it passes through unanimous consent because Sean Smith essentially is absent during the vote, and therefore that's where we are right now with the allocation of the ARPA fund money. The ARPA fund money essentially was all transferred using this through this ordinance in order to pay for present and future salaries to allocate this money to other hopefully to infrastructure projects and nonprofits in the future, but we really don't know if that's going to happen yet. And honestly, we don't know if what they did is 100% proper yet because under the Trump administration, we might get audited. They might show a type of flaw. They